I mean, this is just really to just kind of plot out how we want to go about this, as it is 45 minutes. And I know that, I mean, each of you guys could probably go 45 minutes alone talking about Andor and Star Wars.
Yeah.
So, it's just about just trying to come up with a good game plan on how to go about. You guys are I'm at best a casual Star Wars. So, oh, I see that, Jack.
I've yet. I wanted to open it. It was like one of those things like my homegirl.
I see you.
Heavily missed. Have you guys caught up with Kaiju?
I haven't watched today's episode.
I did not watch. I didn't watch last week's or today's. I got to catch up.
Last week's was really good.
I intentionally like didn't watch that because I wanted to I watched that and To Be Hero X and other show that I watched. But I watched those shows back. So if I can't watch them back to back, I don't.
I fell down a VTuber hole and I learned way more about VTubers than I ever wanted to know in the last 3 months.
You mean VTuber Legend? That one?
No, I just mean VTubers in general.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I've been watching a bunch of Iron Mouse, Silvervale, pretty much the whole former V Shoujo crew.
Okay.
I've been watching a bunch of HoloLive stuff. I just kind of fell down a hole.
Well, Umu Musume, that's a hole as well. Everyone's just.
Oh yeah, that's pretty much taken over the entire Twitter anime Twitch sphere.
Oh yeah.
It really has. I'm so sick.
It's the first time in a while I heard people stop talking about Zenless Zone Zero.
Oh, okay. When you have the timer, and check out VTuber Legend.
Oh, okay, I'll definitely do that.
It's a perfect alcoholic avatar show. That's the best way to describe it.
They could have called that one.
Oh, I think I read some of the manga for this. I think my niece has like the first volume.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's a good time. I still haven't finished it, but it's like just enough with the laughter and the zaniness.
Okay, no, it's not, but it sounds similar to another one. There's a manga with a similar premise that's about a guy who's a VTuber, and like he's one of those he's one of those asshole VTubers, like the ones that gets popular for just being like mean and talking smack in video games and stuff. And he accidentally leaves his stream on and he like goes and tucks his sisters into bed. He was all super sweet to them. And so that like makes him go viral. So it's a similar setup, just different direction. So I'll check this out.
Yeah. It's any way which way you get viral.
Yeah.
What's Jack's favorite phrase? Incest is wincest.
Incest is wincest. That line cracked my brain.
Oh, I haven't heard that. I haven't heard something like that in a long time.
What show was that?
That was the Russian. Can't talk Russian.
Yeah.
Some feelings of Russian.
Both the English and the Japanese versions are both immaculate. At least with that line alone.
Yeah. Yeah, they're both good. They're both good.
They're wincesting here.
That was crazy.
That's cringe.
That show was unnecessarily nuts. Like it really like you're like, I get what they're going here for it. Like they just randomly did shit that was totally unnecessary for the plot of the show, and you were just like, "Fuck!"
The romantic love interest shouldn't be the love rival should not be your sister.
No,
a sister.
The whole hypnosis episode was like, who is this for? Who is this for?
For the Wincest crowd.
It got very dangerously close.
Yeah, I think it didn't cost. I don't know how you managed to finish that one, Jamal, because that was not your kind of show.
It got close. I did it for the internet. That was the Otherwise, I'm in.
My niece is falling super hard into the rabbit hole of One Piece following Demon Slayer.
Oh no. Oh no.
Have fun. I can't do that.
Only the young crowds, man.
Yeah, no, One Piece is too much for me. I can't.
No, I can't.
Well, they have enough life left to actually watch the whole thing. I mean,
yeah.
if you were watching now, I mean, I don't know, man.
It's been 20 years and they're still not even close.
Yeah, maybe I got another 20 years. I don't know, man. I don't know.
No, from what I understand, my brother got his little girl a subscription to what is that? Like, it was like Shonen Jump or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she's just trying to read. She's trying to pound out like the first 1,000 chapters, so she could just skip the story arcs in the anime. Because most people generally agree, if you're trying to get into One Piece, the anime now, you just jump in at I think it's like episode. I think it's like I forgot what part, but it's like 4 story arcs in. It's like jumping in somewhere in the hundreds.
Yeah.
They're just like, yeah, just skip like the first 500 episodes. And it's just like, what? Dragon Ball Z is only like 360. Like, Jesus.
Yeah, I know.
I can't.
Oh, man, I just went into a freaking...
I
went on a 20-minute rant recently about the history of Dragon Ball.
Oh, no.
It was fun, though. I was drunk.
I don't have the attention span for One Piece. I just don't.
Not many people do.
I get too distracted by other things.
It's a lot. I said I'll watch it if we get another pandemic.
Yeah.
And I'm locked down for like another year and a half. Then yeah, I'll watch it. That'll be my project. If we don't have another one of those, it's never going to happen.
Was your pandemic catch up Naruto?
Yeah.
Naruto, the anime is so hard to watch.
I went through the whole thing, movies and all, and then I went straight into board.
What was my catch up? I know I at least watched one catch up. Was it Psychopaths? No. Oh, it's gonna bother me because it was like one of those things. Like, oh, I'll just watch it again. I have nothing else to do. That was like right in the beginning too.
We did like 4 years ago.
Escaflowne. It was Escaflowne.
Oh, I watched so much anime I don't remember.
Oh, you wanna know what my favorite one recently was?
What?
My niece was like, Martin, you watch anime a lot, right? I'm like, I used to. She's like, have you ever heard of this anime called Soul Eater? And I'm just like, oh my god.
Have you ever heard? Yeah.
It's like, have I lived through the trauma?
It's like,
Tell me about it.
Like 10 years from now, people are like, you ever heard of this awesome show called Promised Neverland?
If you're talking about season 2, no.
Oh, I just came through the first season.
I made my nephew laugh recently because I almost gave up on I almost gave up on Jujutsu Kaisen right when it got good.
Oh,
Dude. I literally was like, I think I'm gonna stop watching this. And they're like, what episode are you on? I'm like, I can't remember exactly what episode it was. It was like, I'm on this episode. And they're like, dude, keep watching. The next episode, Gojo gets to fight. And I'm like, okay, whatever. I don't care. And then I kept watching, and it was great. It got better.
I initially
the
stopped. Yeah.
But like early, I didn't like early Jujutsu Kaisen, season 1 Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't know why. It just didn't catch me.
What's his name? When he died, first time he died, quote unquote.
Yeah.
The Aaron swerve.
Mm-hmm.
That like it was like episode 5 or 6 or so.
Yeah, that was good. I don't know. I don't know what it was, but it took Gojo to really pull me in.
It took a little time to establish.
That's true.
Chainsaw Man still. I don't.
Chainsaw Man.
The movie that's coming out.
I haven't watched the movie, and I'm probably not until it comes out in anime.
Why not? Oh, makes sense.
I'm not spending money.
Okay, I want to start this off with the disclaimer of I have not watched anything at all involved with Kaiju number 8.
Okay.
But a friend of mine told me he refuses to watch it. Like he watched I think it was like the first couple episodes, and then he's just like, I'm not watching that ever again. Because he feels like all of the hype for Kaiju number 8 is being like artificially manufactured. Because he's like, I don't see anything about this show that can make anyone feel hype, and everything I see like feels like corporate hype.
I can understand that argument.
What are your thoughts?
I can understand the argument of Solo Level, but not Kaiju.
No, I mean Kaiju Crunchyroll pushed it very.
Okay.
Crunchyroll does put a lot of marketing Kaiju to the point where you log in the Crunchyroll without having to count down to the next episode. Like they do a lot of marketing for it, but it's a good show.
I thought the manga was really good, and if you want to compare it to Solo Leveling, which is way more popular, I mean, Kaiju actually has characters, a story, a plot line.
Tell me what you really feel.
Yeah, I mean, no, I like Solo Leveling. That shit is fun.
Yeah,
but
you know what you're getting.
Yeah,
like that's not a TV show. That's just like.
I liked Edwin's input during our end of the year awards. Like Soul Loving is all about like business meetings with these head of these corporations, and these top honchos are like, remember the times we used to fight?
Okay, that's good to know.
That's pretty much half the dialogue. It's a show that the main character, you have to love the main character type of show.
They're making a season 2 of Reborn as a Vending Machine. Oh my god!
Yes, it just came out. I didn't see it yet.
I watched season 1 and then I regretted spending the time watching season 1.
Oh no!
Like, don't get me wrong. I don't think it was terrible. I just think there was nothing really worthwhile.
There's nothing worthwhile. It's a good bad show.
Yeah, like it was entertaining for what it was, and I learned a lot about vending machines.
Yeah,
and the creator is just his infinity with vending machines. Infinity. He probably collects vending machines at home.
You want to talk about creators? I absolutely love the fact that the creator of the Apothecary Diaries hates what's his name?
Jinchi. Yeah.
She hates Jinchi.
And she literally tries to kill him off.
Well, he was never supposed to be a major character.
That's true. It's kind of like how the Dungeon Meshi writer is a really picky eater.
Okay, I never knew.
And she's like, none of like a lot of the food in her own manga doesn't really appeal to her.
That's fascinating. I never knew.
Yeah, but anyway,
and then the Rent a Girlfriend mangaka. Oh my god.
Oh, that's been fun.
That's the most scary and most intriguing of all.
Oh, people have been melting down over that for good reason.
Yeah.
Like I totally get why people are melting down over Rent a Girlfriend's recent manga twist.
Ooh, so manga still continue. I thought this was the final season. Wow.
Which one?
Well, the manga is
Rent a
ending.
Girlfriend.
Oh,
Yeah. The manga is actually ending. Like they're getting ready to wrap it up.
Okay. I'm like, oh, this is a good season. I just don't want another 5. God dang.
Could be worse. Could get caught plagiarizing and just have to end your story.
Plagiarizing?
Fair.
Like Windbreaker.
Oh, really? What the heck happened there?
Mangaka got caught like plagiarizing stuff. And so it's like he's not right.
Unbelievable. Of all shows too. Like just a fun fighting delinquent show. Whatever.
Brush your teeth. Yeah, do it. We're not talking about anything. We're not bothering anything.
Yeah. Getting caught plagiarizing is rough. Oh, they're not going to be able to recover from that anytime soon.
Oh, speaking of plagiarizing, you know what I realized? You could take the plot to Starship Troopers and make it just any kind of movie you wanted.
Or modern politics today.
That's really fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Starship Troopers is a really good base like plot.
Yeah. I'm like, then I thought it could be about pirates. You know, it could be about tennis players. You name it. Because really it's just about like this guy and his obsession with that girl and the competition, you know, and him growing up and like, realizing, okay. Yeah.
This is how the world really is, kind of thing too.
Yeah,
it make a good story.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I recently saw a bunch of memes about that. Like growing up is realizing that he was the main character was lusting after the wrong woman. Or in love with the wrong woman in Starship Troopers.
Well, that their significant others had to die for them to get together. It's like interesting.
It says a lot.
Yeah.
And external plot of like, yeah, we're kind of invading their home. Like we're not exactly heroes here, so it's always that switcheroo logic.
Like, hey, why are they attacking us? There's no reason for them to be attacking us. Yes, there is. Come on.
I'm doing my part.
I ain't doing shit.
That movie has been seeing a big resurgence in popularity because of Helldivers 2.
And a goddamn way to be ahead of its time. It was scrutinized. It was a flop. Yeah. Sure enough, like, this is kind of accurate. Same thing with Idiocracy.
Oh my God! Don't
Starship Troopers? I hated Starship.
You hated it.
I hated it, and it was only because like I went to this one friend's birthday party, and it was a disaster.
Oh no!
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
It was a disaster, and for whatever reason, like I was the one that he decided he wanted to pick on. Like we were playing like GoldenEye, and just like having like kid birthday parties. He like wanted to pick on me the whole time, and so I'm just like, all right, I don't want to beat you up during your birthday. So I'm just gonna go home. But if I went, then everybody was gonna leave. So like I was convinced to stay, but staying when I stayed, he like wanted to watch Starship, so we watched it, and then he wanted to watch it again, and I was like, oh, now this is going too far.
Yeah, weird.
This is going too far. now we gotta watch this again. No, man, just because you lost. And from that day, I couldn't watch that just because it brought me back.
That's me with Small Soldiers.
Small Soldiers.
I've only watched it once, and I was that age. I'm like, yeah, I get it. This is horrible. It's like the kid version of Starship Troopers in a weird way.
That makes sense.
That's a really weird movie.
Very.
It is.
It makes you ask some really hard questions about like, should we really be doing this?
Yeah, and the commercials look cool and everything else. I can see like the other characters being important. I was like, they're not the enemy. I thought it would be like Home Alone, like they're just invading the house. Whatever. Nope.
Far darker. Kids movies are not the same as they used to be in the 80s and 90s. They were a lot darker than everything was like a lot darker and more violent in the 80s and 90s.
Because they're like, we have to get our parents to watch this movie with their kids. We got to bring the parents with.
Well, I think it's like, let's cause some psychological trauma because those scars can't be seen.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Any Don Bluth from that stretch, too. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. There was too much I was watching. It wasn't. I can't look.
Jamal gained the ability of this invisibility. Look at him. He's gone.
The invisibility cloak.
Rather impressive.
Yeah, I know, right?
No, he don't like Harry Potter.
Well,
no, that's
his
not.
camera's working.
I'm a Harry Potter expert. Watched the first two. I've watched the first two.
He hates Harry Potter.
You know what? Like, I watched it and I'm like, the first time I watched the first movie, I'm like, this is what it is. I thought it was something different. Where's the magic and stuff? And then it didn't happen. So then I'm like, all right, I'll watch two. And then two, I'm like, all right. But I don't see like the hype. And with me, it's always, oh no, you stop at 2, 3. That's when it gets really good.
To be fair,
Harry Potter is the exact opposite for me. The first 3 Harry Potter books, and therefore the first 3 movies, are good because they're just mystery stories.
Yeah,
just mystery stories.
They were just mysteries.
Harry Potter falls
apart. Expect that.
Harry Potter falls apart for me when it tries really, really hard to be a fantasy epic. And I'm like, she is not good at writing that. J.K. Rowling is not good at it.
Okay, that's a good observation. I never realized that.
No, I mean, it's just, I think it's Voldemort. Her main villain sucks at being a villain. I mean,
that too.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not really a good foil for anybody.
And he just uses teachers as foils. Like, what the fuck?
I think Lucius Malfoy is a better villain than Voldemort. But he's a coward. Like, they're all afraid of this guy because he's a fucking psycho, but that's really all he has going for him. I mean,
and he gave Harry a scar.
Yeah, you are right. You are very right.
Yeah, and you're right, Martin. The first 3, and those kids. I mean, it's always Snape.
You didn't even need to finish that sentence.
It's always Snape. They're always like, "Oh, it's got to be Snape." I'm like, didn't you guys learn from the first movie? It's not. It's never Snape. Snape is never up to anything. They're always trying to pin everything on this poor man, and he's just salty.
You know what that reminded me of? You know what that reminded me of? Did any of you ever watch that? I forgot what the name of the spinoff was. I think it was like What's New Scooby-Doo or something, where they're all like kids. And
I know what you're talking about.
Like Cartoon Network.
I hated Scooby-Doo, but I liked the spinoff.
Okay. In every single episode, Freddy thinks it's this bully every single time. He's like, this bully. And then, yeah.
Okay.
And then the bully's just like, dude, leave me alone. Go away.
Right. He wants nothing to do with them, and Freddy just keeps pulling them in.
Yeah. And that's what it reminds me of. It's like it's always Snape. It's like, dude, you guys are being like Fred. Stop it.
Like
Yeah.
in a weird way, of like Chamber of Secrets, the movie more than the book. I couldn't stand the book. That I'm like, I'm not even gonna read the third one. But then I read the third one. The third one's alright. The movie's great. But the second movie's actually not bad.
No.
Yeah.
The third one was my favorite for a long time until I started rereading them regularly.
Yeah.
And then the Goblet of Fire is my favorite.
Yeah,
because
that's becoming like Empire Strikes Back for a lot of Potter fans.
Goblet of Fire was probably the highlight of that series. The problem for me with Harry Potter is that it's just like Star Wars, in that it's a soft setting. It's supposed to be soft fantasy, just like Star Wars is supposed to be soft sci-fi. The second you start going too into the weeds about how the stuff works, everything starts to fall apart. And the problem with the last 3 books is that she starts trying to explain and justify everything and make everything make sense, and it doesn't.
And if we learned one thing about J.K. Rowling, it's when she starts to open her mouth and try to explain stuff, it usually goes wrong for her.
Yeah, it usually goes wrong.
It usually goes wrong.
Accurate as fuck. And that's why I'm like, I'm not HBO. I'm like, I'm good.
You know, they said that HBO Harry Potter TV show is going to go on for like 10 years.
What?
Ah, dear God.
That's what they said. They just came out and said that.
Them
Like
kids are
yesterday.
going to grow up too fast to at least one season. So how would that work?
Yeah, I know.
They're going to be like the Stranger Things kids.
Yeah.
Oh man.
They're going to be
have
60 during the last season.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to,
Isn't Wednesday also doing like the same pace, like 2 years or 3 years?
I don't know.
I think that's just Netflix production schedule.
Yeah, but it's Netflix. You know, Netflix. You're lucky if you get a.
Yeah, that's true.
So it ain't gonna last that long.
Well, they got to make one season of some popular, and then 10 seasons of shit that nobody watches, and then they'll be like, "Hey, look, remember this thing that you liked 3 years ago? Sure,
we're still live. If you want to turn us out,
We still got it. We still got it.
Look, we got your Stranger Things. It's like, wait, what?
I'm not gonna lie, Wednesday was really hard for me to finish.
I didn't even bother.
I've never started it.
That one fell apart. Talking about falling apart toward the ending, that kind of fell apart.
Yeah.
I wanted to watch it for my brown brothers and sisters, but I couldn't. I just didn't. I'm sorry. I'm not dealing with Netflix to watch this.
It was a brown Harry Potter. That's it. I mean, if you like Harry Potter, I mean, you like that, but
I am a Harry Potter expert.
Yeah, the whole like small town monster plot just was like, what? Yeah.
Also, Wednesday had the exact same, like, Wednesday goes through a story arc that is the exact same story arc, which is the reason why I only got 2 episodes into that Resident Evil TV show about Wesker.
Yeah.
Which is the protagonist of Resident Evil, that show. She was so unlikable. Like, she had no redeeming qualities.
Yeah.
And like everything only worked because like everyone, like, she was a terrible person, and everyone's like, okay, well, I'm gonna tell you everything I know and help you progress the plot because you're the main character. And
yeah, see,
Wednesday kind of experiences the exact same problem, but then about, I want to say it's like halfway through the season, like halfway to 2/3, everyone just starts telling her, I'm tired of your bullshit. So it helped me kind of get through it, because like people did call her out on that shit.
Yeah, like, you can be dark, just don't be a bitch about it.
Don't be moody.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, she's a teenager, so I don't know.
Yeah, but at least, but like the problem with Resident Evil is that no one ever calls her out on it.
Yeah.
Like those first 2 or 3 episodes. but Wednesday does get called out on it.
From everything that you guys told me about that Resident Evil show, I stayed away. I stayed so far away, it wasn't even funny.
Martin's epic rant.
Mhm.
When I first heard it, I'm like, oh, god damn.
At least I tried. I tried. I wanted to like it.
You guys all tried. I remember you guys talking about it.
Well, now they're doing another movie, I think.
Well, actually, was it the Resident Evil reboot? No, they did another reboot.
Yeah, they are doing
around
another
that
movie.
time.
Yeah.
And now they're doing another movie.
So I know it's not going to go bad.
The guy that played Homelander, rumored to be Wesker.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be cool.
That would be cool.
Just two Resident Evil 2. That's all I ask. Like, the plot's there. Whatever. It's simple. Like, I can understand like the mansion thing. Like, that gets convoluted as it is. I get it.
I have a weird love-hate relationship with Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City, which was the reboot they did in 21.
Yeah.
Because it's a good horror movie. It's a good horror movie. It's a terrible Resident Evil movie. Because like if you just changed everyone's name, like if you just didn't attach it to Raccoon City and you just changed everyone's names, it's fine. All the characters are interesting. All the characters have interesting story arcs. All the characters like do cool stuff. But because Claire Redfield is named Claire Redfield, it's a character assassination.
Yeah.
Because Chris Redfield is Chris Redfield, it's a character assassination. Because yeah, and so on and so forth.
Don't they just do a speed run through the second game?
Honestly, that'd be great.
No, I mean, isn't that what the whole movie is? They just do a speed run through the game.
Well, Welcome to Raccoon City is an abridged version of both the first and second game.
Yeah.
So yes.
So yeah,
that's what I mean. That's what I mean with the mansion part. I'm like, skip the mansion. Just skip the goddamn mansion.
It was fun, but it's a speed run, man. Like
it was a speed run.
It could be worse.
Both games in like 90 minutes.
It could be worse. It could be the Netflix Resident Evil.
Oh well, at least they didn't pull The Hobbit. That movie did not need to be 3 movies.
Yes. I can't stand the first movie. I hate the first movie so much.
Hey man, that was when they got. You need to apologize for that.
That was when they got in the habit of like breaking up the movies into 3 because then everybody started doing it.
Honestly, it would have been fine as 2 movies. But 3 was too much.
That's why I don't like the first one. First one just ended like we're looking at the mountain. We could go in the mountain, but we spent 3 hours.
Yeah,
we're doing nothing. Literally nothing. Like guys, come on.
Yeah, cut out parts of the first movie, cut out parts of the third movie, reblend it all. Bam, you got 2.
Yeah, the third movie essentially the war. Like that's good for the second part. Whatever. And with the dragon going to the town.
They wanted to drag that stuff out. And
they did.
That became the.
You're right.
It's unfortunate. They're like, we can get some money off of this.
But Andor.
Everyone's caught up.
Let's try it. Yeah.
Yep.
Everyone's caught up.
All right. So, how do we want to go about
what's the name of the panel again?
The impact of Andor.
Well, are we talking about how Andor changed Star Wars, or are we talking about?
We can talk. It's our panel. We can talk about whatever. Look, I just came up with the idea and put a bunch of words out there. We can just to get it. We can make this whatever we want to make it.
I want somebody to take at least a couple of minutes to talk shit about Cyril.
Ooh,
you don't have to worry about. I got that covered.
My entire thesis statement for Cyril is basically he's the example of you need to believe in something. It doesn't matter what, just believe in something.
Oh yeah.
I hated his entire storyline because he didn't believe in anything.
No, that's not true. He believed in Dedra. He really believed in her and believed that she really did like it.
Yeah, but like before they like pivoted to that, like the first half of season 1, and Actually, even part of season 2. Season 2, he actually started trying. Season 1, I feel like his entire story arc is essentially just he doesn't like all he wants to do is just make his life suck less, and because of that, his entire story arc just kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Season 2, he actually cares, and that's where he actually like gets an interesting story arc.
Well, he was a little insulated kid, privileged kid.
Oh yeah.
You know, and so once in season 2, when he was out there and in the world and interacting with these other people, then he started to see like, oh, maybe we're not doing the right thing after all. You're trying to be a double agent and it's not working for you.
I think Zero believed in law and order. Like, you know, you have to follow the law, you have to obey the law. I mean, there's
Right.
you know, right, you know, like I don't know if he had a good sense of what was right and wrong, but like he had this principle that like, you know, that there's order for a reason. You know, and then
But definitely the order, yeah.
when he realizes at the end, like this has nothing to do with order. This has nothing to do with the law. This has nothing to do with what's right. You know, he realizes this is just bullshit.
Yeah, he had that shell shock moment.
Yeah, his hardcore belief in law and order kind of opened him up to get manipulated and kind of abused. And as the season 2 goes on, he really starts to realize that.
This is where I disagree. I don't think he had a hardcore belief in law and order. I think he had a hardcore belief in Dedra.
In what?
Petra.
In Dedra.
No.
I think he had a hardcore belief in Dedra.
I can
see he had a hard something for Dedra, but it wasn't. You know,
and there was a belief. He believed in her, man. And whatever she did, whatever she was riding with, he was riding with. And that carried over into season 2. His belief in her is what I think spawned this like heavy law and order thing, because he thinks that she's believing in law and order and all this when she's just trying to rise up the ranks and prove that, hey, look, I'm on equal level with you guys. I can do this.
Yeah.
But he's believing in her. That's what I think. That's why I say the only belief he ever had in that was in Dedra. And that's why when he found out that she played them, he broke and started like, you know, scrambling and seeing things in different ways because his belief system in her broke. That was my perspective.
But he kind of leaned towards.
He was a Super Saiyan. He was a Super Saiyan simp.
Yeah.
Before he made that
simp.
He was absolutely a simp.
That brother was whipped. And when you got a brother that's whipped and inexperienced, they gonna go for anything.
But no, because he's the one who went after Andor. I mean, he's the one who made a big mess of everything.
Mm-hmm.
And that was before
he became prior to Dedra.
Yeah, that's prior to Dedra.
Right. Maybe.
But they go hand in hand, so I mean, like
they go hand in hand. They go hand. Because he was always trying to get at her. Because he had it may not have started off as like a infatuation. He always at least admired her.
Yeah, as the season went through, I think it became kind of like an obsession.
Yeah.
At a certain point. Like he's like, I'm gonna make this happen.
Yeah.
And he does. I mean, he makes it happen. That dude makes shit happen.
Yeah.
He doesn't make it happen.
When things are clear.
He doesn't make it happen. She sees a way to use him to advance her.
Oh no. I completely agree with you. Like Martin said, like there was definitely she manipulated him completely and entirely. I mean, totally. That's the betrayal. That was the ultimate betrayal of their relationship.
Yeah.
But like that dude, he makes things happen by fucking up.
He was looking for something to believe in.
It's not that he's searching for something. Well, yeah, he got lost because he's like he lost the position that he had. He lost the authority he had. He was nothing, and he kind of rides her coattails back up to the top in his mind, and in a certain way. But I don't think that would have happened if he hadn't taken the initiative and have gone after her. So I don't think he's as hapless as we believe. I do love that when he sees Andor, he's like, "Oh, this motherfucker," you know. It's like, you know,
well,
this is
that alludes to my point. Like the whole time he's just cloudy, even when he's supposed to be the most straight and narrow character besides Daedra. He's not.
He's a mess underneath.
It's watching the show as you go along kind of thing though. Like in his mind, he thinks he's figured it out. It's a wonderful exposition.
He's a mess. Yeah, that dude's an absolute mess.
He's a sheltered child. He's a sheltered child that
Gorman
like
is Cyril's
had
Pandora's
women
box.
issues.
Well, yeah, look at his mom. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had that issue, and that's why he was so like hyper fixated on Dedrick. And that's why he went so far to get Andor. And you know, it all ties together. It all ties together.
Yeah.
So he was like a complete, like he was, for me, he was one of the most relatable characters in the show because I've seen that guy all throughout my life.
Yeah.
I've seen that guy. So, and you know, it was, but I've seen that guy all throughout my life.
And that crash out is essentially
and it's like once it's like a you know, when you're a kid and you think this person is just the greatest person, and then like that illusion breaks, and it just ruins your whole perspective on things. You know, it's like I always compare it to like a boxer, like Mike Tyson, invincible. Nobody wanted to touch Mike. And then when he got knocked out, that illusion was gone. Now all of a sudden, not so hard. Now all of a sudden, he's got to bite ears. He's trying to eat people's kids and all that. Losing the Jake Paul because that illusion's gone. Because you saw the Invincible Man get knocked out.
Yeah.
So you know, it's once you knock down that illusion, man, it changes everything.
And I feel his devotion to Daedra and like the problems it causes for him is a really good contrast with Andor's relationship with what's his name, Luthen.
Yeah.
Luthen, not his girl.
Because like that's a much more equal partnership. Because he knows what Luthen's on, you know, and Andor like is willing to deal with it until he's not. You know. Yeah. And he's much more aware of their dynamic. He's much more aware of what Luthen is willing and able to do. Yeah. And which is what creates so much tension between them. And it's a really good contrast between that and like Cyril thinking he knows what he's doing, but he's very obviously not.
Yeah, he's left in the dark.
Yeah. He thinks they're cluing him in.
So, do we do this by character? Do we do this by like
story, like impact of like pop
or? Like, I mean, how do you, the impact is, man? Like, I don't think that you can do another Star Wars show without, you know, how do you do another Star Wars project without, like, they're doing, right now they're wrapping, I think they're filming the Mandalorian movie.
Yeah, Pedro.
And so it's like, what kind of stories do you tell moving forward, especially with how bad the Acolyte flopped, and now that you
underwhelming Boba Fett was.
Boba Fett was partly Boba Fett kind of failed because of scheduling, because they were going to do the show about that girl, but she turned out to be a Trumper. So they
She
kind
won a
of
lawsuit
Wait,
recently.
wait. No. I think they settled.
They
the
settled
lawsuit.
something.
So
She's gonna come back. So I'm sure they're gonna come back with that show.
But they were going
Because
to.
you know my theory. You know my theory.
What's your theory?
You know my theory from the beginning was because after what was that season 2? They were kind of leading towards her, right? And
but she was going to have her own show.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But then she came out with all those comments, and they just cut that show, and that's when we quickly transitioned to Boba Fett and to Obi-Wan. It wasn't. I don't think it was supposed to come that fast. I think her show was supposed to be there, and that whole thing threw the whole timeline off.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the way that dude, I can't remember his name, like old middle-aged, like Pacific Islander looking guy, the like fighter, the flyer guy. No, not Boba Fett. The pilot that runs like the little police force.
Corner of my head.
Yeah, you know who
back of my head.
About. He shows up in every show. I think that was
yes.
supposed to be Gina Carano.
He was supposed to. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
I think that was supposed to be Gina Carano that was showing up in all the shows. But after she got in trouble, they transitioned to that guy.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
That I don't.
And we got Sasha Banks.
Yeah, he's not very. What was the deputy on Mayberry?
That guy. Yeah.
Oh,
the sheriff.
The sheriff.
No, the deputy. What was his name? Yeah, he's very. He doesn't have a lot of charisma. It's easily to forget. I was like,
okay. The sheriff was okay.
Yeah,
I thought he was also in Boba Fett. More I think about it, he wasn't.
No, I think he was in Boba Fett. I think
he was in Boba Fett for a second.
Okay.
He shows up all over the place. He's kind of like he shows up. He's in Ahsoka.
Yeah,
he shows up a bunch in Ahsoka when they go to find what's her face.
Man, that's a blur. God dang.
What happened?
They're shooting Ahsoka season 2. Have they shot it or are they about to shoot?
No, I think they're shooting.
They're still filming. Yeah,
they're still filming it, right? Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, that was really boring.
Yeah, I feel like the Ahsoka show just came and went, and nobody talked about it.
It was so boring. It's definitely a Star Wars show. That's the irony of it. It's definitely in the lore. It's definitely like connecting dots, but it's a weird transitional like buffer. I hope the second season at least elaborates her character better because she was barely in it. If you think about it,
I think it ended strong. So I think they could ride that wave. I think just based on the popularity of the character, I don't think they did enough in that first season to make you understand why. I think they delved a little bit way too much into that backstory, and the weird thing was they kind of like touched on her backstory in what's the animated thing?
Oh, Tales of the Jedi.
Tales of the Jedi.
Yeah.
They touched on her story there, and then they kind of led into Ahsoka. And so, like, we already got a bit of her backstory there, and you kind of redid that, and it just took too much time.
Yeah, ironically, Ahsoka was also the Ewan McGregor show with his wife and his daughter.
So here's a quick question. Like, here's something that we could do, or something that probably needs to be talked about at some point. Is so since we're talking about, you're gonna talk. You can't talk about Ahsoka without talking about Rebels. Because all of this shit plays into, it's the Filoni verse.
Yeah,
Clone Wars. And who saved Star Wars with the Mandalorian. But when you compare and contrast it to Andor, it is not the same. I mean, not the same level of storytelling. And it's not the same kind of storytelling, and it's not the same kind of stakes. That was one of the things when I was watching Ahsoka, is like I didn't care about anybody. I didn't, you didn't feel any, like, you didn't worry about, there were no stakes. You cared about nobody. And I mean, I'm sure that that's not what Filoni was going for, especially when he wants to spend, he wants to, I don't know, use Ahsoka's popularity to tell the rest of his Rebels story, or he feels like there's enough Rebels fans and Star Wars fans that are both the same, that want to see that story played out with Ahsoka. Because for me, Ahsoka's kind of like the Harley Quinn of the Star Wars universe.
I can agree with that. I think we've made that comparison.
Yeah. And so she's got enough popularity with fans and younger fans, female fans and male fans, where like she could carry a show on her own. But I think that the whole Rebels plot line and just the bad acting just kind of dragged it down to the point where it's like, okay, whatever popularity this character had, you're just crushing it. And, compared to what they did with Andor, it's like, what's it going to feel like watching anything else? It's like, did these people sacrifice the way the people in Andor did? No. So then why should we care? So apparently the Rebels did. They have their whole, you haven't watched that. I don't really think that, like, I didn't watch all the seasons of Rebels, but I kind of feel that you have to get the full weight of Ahsoka. Because if you haven't watched those, then you're not going to care. And then
you can't watch
Andor,
Ahsoka as a single, like, head straight first. You have to watch like Clone Wars, Rebels, because Ahsoka's essentially season 4 of Rebels, or season 5.
Tales of Jedi.
And yeah, that too. So
yeah, you got to watch all of that.
You got these bits and pieces to make up like a full story. So
yeah. And how do you, like, what's it gonna feel like when we go, like, I just finished watching Andor this week, and so, but what's it gonna feel like when I go to watch, are we just gonna forget about Andor, when they do new Star Wars movies
/ Rogue One as well?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think, unfortunately, moving forward, a lot of Star Wars shows are going to get judged because of Andor. Like, not Andor, so I think they might take. But I think one thing that we should touch on is just the timing of Andor.
Yeah.
And how much time they put in on it. Because if you think about it, this was back during COVID, and on Disney Plus on COVID, they had a no limit records type pace. Like it was, you get a Star Wars Disney Plus show, then you were getting a Marvel's Disney Plus show, then you were getting a Star Wars Disney Plus show, you were getting the Marvel's Disney Plus. And it was back to back to back to back to back. We didn't do that with Andor. We had years of time in between 1 and 2. And, in those years of time, we had Jack complaining every day about not getting Andor. So thank God season 2 was good, because if it didn't end up good and he had to wait that long, we probably would have blown up just as often.
Yeah.
But,
well, my thesis.
But I think the timing. I think just taking the time, because it was maybe 3 years in between 1 and 2.
Yeah.
I think just the timing that they took on it helped, develop that story. They had time to sit down and draw this story and draw this world that they didn't really have for these other shows that they kind of pushed out.
And that's partially my thesis. I think that'll be an excellent transition from Edwin to you, Jamal. Like, if you want to talk about more about the timing when it came out, and Edwin trying to bridge the Star Wars universe, for me, it's more the external part, the existential part, like during Trump years, during this particular time when they were talking about materials, and the show was on during the same time as this past year with the Ukrainian war, and it's still going on. So my thing's mostly with, this is like the first type of story where it's actually in front of my face. Like, this is the world, Jack. This is what people are fighting for, and this is Star Wars. Star Wars, galaxy far, far away. This is like the closest I ever seen like political events unfolding, and of course with the ending as well, the final two arcs as well, kind of like this is the motions.
Yeah.
You might see a little bit more activity with rebelling with our own people that didn't vote for Trump, things like that.
Well, I think you kind of feel how.
Okay.
To me, it was more like Zelensky. You got to see, like, maybe get some idea of the sacrifices that he had to make,
Mm-hmm.
and how he's running around trying to do all these things to save his people as he's fighting Russia. Like making deals and trying to get support from different people, and like being crushed under a boot, because I think, was it Tony Gilroy was the writer?
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
guess he spent 5 years researching revolutions, and that's where he put all that. They're like, "Hey, you want to make a show?" And he's like, "Yeah." And that's where Andor came from.
And you
that's
can tell that he spent time researching revolutions.
Yeah,
Very strong depiction.
Every type of revolution over modern years. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I think that that's one of the things that makes Andor unique in television history, because I don't think that you usually have anybody with 5 years of lead up time who's done the kind of, like, no one's going to invest 5 years of lead up time into a project. That's just serendipity. Like most directors or screenwriters might do research, but I don't think they're going to do 5 years worth of research for one project.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and so I think we just kind of got lucky on that one, because
might never happen again. Honestly.
Oh, it'll happen again.
No,
but
I agree with you, Jamal. I meant
like
more like a story like Andor.
You're not somebody like him who's not like a major name. It's rare for somebody like that to get that kind of time from
For sure.
a big corporation like. That is where it's been rare.
Fair.
Especially with, we already have the ending point. We know where this is ending. So, that was impressive. Okay. All right. I'm starting to see a bit of a pattern.
Well, yeah, kind of like different views. Like Martin's can be like after mine, or
I got this. All right. So this is what. So it's called the impact of Andor, right?
Yeah.
So then we're talking about timing. So then we can have a section that we'll call the impact of timing, and that's where we talk about 5 years he had to research. You can talk about the timing of now, the timing of the time that they had to create the season of the show.
And then we could also just talk about like the show's pacing as part of timing, because
yes,
I feel
absolutely.
like one of the biggest differences between like Andor and say Book of Boba Fett is I feel like there's a lot of points in Book of Boba Fett where you can kind of tell that it didn't have enough time for them to really plan properly, because there's a bunch of dead time in
he was
Boba
in
Fett,
that darn exit tank every time, like a darn respawn point.
Yeah.
and then there's a bunch of points where, okay, he's supposed to be running this city. They never really do a good enough job at certain points to really make it feel like he's running the city.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, watching an episode of Andor is kind of like watching an episode of The Sopranos sometimes, because there's like 4 things going on and you have to fit all of it in, and all of it's important. And I feel like there's a lot less wasted time.
Oh yeah, even like the wedding arc. A lot of people have like overlooked that notion, at least like initially. But then a lot of people are like putting together the dialogues, the backstories with even the husband.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's supposed to be like the segue scenes. Like, okay, we're plotting things. She's trying to get the money for the rebellion, but it's more than that.
Yeah, and the weird rebel turf war that was going on at the same time was good, not because it added just like a little bit of levity, because like those wedding scenes were really heavy.
Very.
And then going over to these incompetent ass rebels fighting over who's running what.
Yeah,
kind of helped.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I love the fact that like she's talking to Luthien, and Lucian's like, we gotta take care of this guy because he's gonna spill the beans. And she's like, what do you mean take care of him? And
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what Luthien means.
Yeah.
You know exactly what Luthien means. Like,
Whoa.
we ain't gonna see him again. And that, we ain't gonna see him again. We ain't seeing him again.
No, he's gone. He's as good as gone.
It's like the beautiful.
You're lucky he even told you we need to do something about this guy.
Yeah.
You're lucky.
Well, that's when you see like her last shred of like innocence kind of like fade. Like her daughter's rebuked her, her husband's rebuked her. And so that makes that dancing, when she starts dancing, that makes that scene so powerful because she's like,
let it all go.
Yeah.
Huh?
She let it go. Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, she loses herself in the moment and in the music because it's like, what the fuck else is she gonna do? I'm like, she's like, she has to leave her body and her mind. She has to let go. She has to let go, and she lets go in that moment. And it's such a, you don't see a lot of TV like that. You don't see a lot of TV that reminds you of how difficult not only like it is to be a mother and a wife and a politician and a friend and a spy all rolled up into one, and then like have that cathartic moment of like, I have to get lost in this music because it's like, if not, I'm going to start screaming and killing people,
or jumping off a bridge.
Yeah,
that
you can only hold it together. Like that's like I remember Chris Rock once told a joke. Like some jobs you just can't have an off. Like doctor, or you're a pilot. You just can't. You just can't have an off day, and that's how she was. She could not have an off day. She had to be on her game 100% of the time, every moment, because there's always odds. There's always impact.
Well, yeah. If Luthien had a bad day, people died.
Yeah.
A lot of people died. So he, like she had to realize, like, hey, this is not a part-time job.
Yeah, in season 1, where you're reminded of that one spy, like, you gotta sacrifice everything. Don't give me this bullshit with your family,
Well, Luthien probably would have killed his family, framed the empire, and innovated even more.
Yeah. And that's a good day for Luthien.
That's a Tuesday.
The problem with Luthien sometimes is a lot of people are going to die no matter what, but how on point he is determines on whether or not it's worth it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But that's how they're handling Russia. That's how they're handling Palestine and Israel right now. People are going to die.
Well, you know what? Here's another important thing. Now, when you're talking about the wedding, another thing that goes into timing is how they released the episode. So it wasn't like weekly. and it wasn't here's the full season. It was here's the arc.
Yeah.
Here's the arc. Here's this arc. Here's this arc. So you got the full scope of that story.
Yeah. When that first arc happened, I'm like, I'm just gonna watch one, maybe two.
Which in my
watch all three.
which even like, and that's another thing that sets this show apart from everything else that's out there. I think the only thing that's close to it is the way that Stranger Things has gotten, where essentially you're getting movies. You're getting like these arcs that are kind of concentrated into like almost movies. But what modern show does 12 episodes anymore? Like, if you're lucky, you get 6 or 8 now.
Yeah.
That's if you're lucky.
Yeah.
Who's like, doing 12 episodes?
Even a show like Barry randomly had like 6 or 7. And that's a weird show because it was like one of those ones that definitely had more episodes, definitely in the first season. They kind of like left it as a big time cliffhanger, don't get me wrong, but it's like, it's not that important. You know,
Disney made the conscious effort to make this different than all of its other shows by doing those arcs.
Yeah.
And I think that's because it worked so well in the first season. I don't know if it was a creative choice, but definitely this season it felt like a creative choice. Where we're going to have these arcs that are going to cover this, these time periods and these certain situations, and then we're going to do time jumps to cover everything else.
Did handle it way better than House of Dragon.
Yeah. Game of Thrones was not my thing, so.
I know. Well, House of Dragon, that's what people got confused with because it was like episode 3 to episode 4. No explanation, no like blurb, no preview, essentially. It's like one character transitioned to 10 years later and different actress.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
what the fuck's going on?
You could get away with that. I mean, she aged, so if it jumps 10 years, you could say, "Hey, look, it's 10 years later."
Yeah, I know. But it's more like the back. People weren't prepared. The modern audience. This is how it is. I get it. I wish that, like my dad. I was watching my dad. And I was like, "Who are these people? Who are these people? Who are these people?"
Yeah.
It is what it is.
That's the prequel show, right?
Yeah. And that show jumps around years and years and still muddled.
It does. It does. Like I didn't watch it. Like I know, like the first season, I heard like Christina watched it, and I think she because Jack, I think at one point you were saying it was better than Game of Thrones.
Like how
in the beginning,
yeah,
and then like she kind of got like you, and she was like, this kind of just became
it became self-aware. That was the thing that was fascinating about the first season. But then the second season, total flip. Like we don't care about the story at all. So I'm like, you're leaving me with what at the end of the day? I'm like, thank you. Because the first season at least like had like a notion of like just putting in perspective at least these two families, nothing more, no other bullshit from George R.R. Martin, whatever. It's cool. That's what Game of Thrones should have been in the final seasons. But no. Complete opposite.
No, he can't come out with that book.
Hey, Jack.
He's been working so hard on 20 years.
What?
What a liar.
Jack.
What? And I hate Game of Thrones.
I hate J.J.R. Martin didn't write Andor.
What?
Thank God that J.J.R. Martin didn't write Andor.
Oh, I know.
I know, right?
You'd still be waiting for the
Andor. Did anyone watch that Dune HBO show?
I've heard of it.
I saw the movies. I have.
No, I haven't seen it.
No, I heard it was really boring.
It's bad, but I can get why people like it.
Because it's so used to like the slow movements.
Because it's kind of because it's like 1,000 years before Dune, right? So it's just like the characters are different, the storyline, is whatever. Like they have more freedom to kind of do what they want, even though there is a timeline that they have to be cognizant of. But and their choices of what they wanted to talk about was interesting. Like they were talking about AI, because who here has read Dune or anything like that?
Not me, but I'm familiar with like where they talk about the religion or talk about other wars.
Basically, like it's part of the lore of Dune that they're not allowed to have AI. Like they're not allowed to create machines that can think on the same level as a person. And the reason why they're so obsessed with humanity is because they created AI like a long time ago, and then it basically turned on humanity and tried to wipe them out, and then there was the machine wars. And so it's after that, but before like the Dune houses really were solidified. So it's an interesting time period. Like there's some interesting concepts where they talk about it, but then they shoehorn the Atreides versus Harkonnen beef so hard into it that it becomes distracting.
House of Dragon had that pitfall too. Yeah.
And then this is also like a time period before the Bene Gesserit have become like the powerhouse that they're going to be like 1,000 years in the future. So it's just it's painful. It's painful like watching someone try to do political machinations. Because I don't know if it was the director's fault or if it was the writer's fault, but it was like watching someone do decent like a master's paper on political like interactions while not knowing anything about how political machinations work. So
House of Dragon has that pitfall too. Yeah.
Everyone's trying to like politically outmaneuver each other, but no one knows what the hell they're doing. And so it's
that's season 2 of House of Dragon.
Yeah.
Martin, that's literally reality though. I mean, if you read anything about the Mossad,
Right.
they didn't know what they were doing. They were like, let's just send, mail bombs to everybody. And if we blow up a German scientist, then we blow up a German scientist. If we don't, well, then we don't.
I mean, you're right, but it doesn't make good TV.
Yeah,
no,
that's
no.
There's a little bit.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, no, it's shows should definitely be more on point than reality sometimes, because I mean, you only have a certain amount of time to do this in it, and it's like, well, Andor does that really well.
It doesn't waste a second.
No,
it all means something. It all means.
Well, yeah, it's like, why is it in there if it doesn't mean something? Yeah.
Yeah, and like with Andor's relationship with what's her name? Yeah, the first arc, that first arc is epic because Andor, kind of like Cyril, is clouded, at least with like, I just like the opposite notion of like, I'm just trying to survive. I don't care about the other crap going on around me. I'll do things for Luthien, whatever. I just want my girl. I want my boo. And there's things that he's seeing that's in front of him. Like I said, like there's things that are just going to jump right in front of your face, and you have to fucking deal with it.
I didn't like that. Like I get that there are. I think with all of them, like none of them really, like they were all in the fight, but none of them were able to give up. None of them were as fucked up as Luthien. They chose other things.
Yeah, none of them were willing to make the sacrifice. No. Like besides he didn't have a line.
Yeah. No,
didn't have a line.
No,
they all had lines, but they were like, "This is going a little too far."
Yeah. Besides his protege,
Luther didn't have a line.
Well, like I didn't like the fact that so he leaves, he stops working for Luthien because Luthien doesn't have a line. he sees everybody as tools and weapons to be used, and they didn't like that. And then that whole bit about like, I thought that bothered me a little bit, that Andor has a destiny, and Bix is like, I got to get out of the way so he can follow his destiny. And then what's her name, the other spy tells him, oh, you need to go find Bix before it's too late, or don't take a long time. And I'm like, she left him.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like it's not like he pushed her away. She left him. So I was kind of like, that kind of annoyed me. Like, and the whole like, oh, is this Andor's kid at the end? I was like, you got
It was that was a little Hollywood.
It gave hope for the future type of ending. It's a
to be fair, she left him and she said, like, when you're done, come find me. So
but
she's
Prego.
Yeah, but being done is like defeating the Empire and saving the universe. I mean, it's like, when you either die, you either retire, you die, or you win. I mean,
but I think they both.
They both knew.
I think he knew that, that was, and she, especially, when she found out she was pregnant, I think she knew, like, I can't be around this guy because they're going to come for him for the rest of his life, and they're going to catch him. So I think they knew that they had to have that clean break, and I think she just wanted to make that break before he knew that he had a kid. Because if he knew that he had a kid, he's done.
Yeah. His head would no longer be in the game.
Yeah, his head's no longer in the game. He's done. So I think she had to make that break.
Yeah, but we're the only ones that know about the kid.
Yeah.
So it's like, but see, that's what I'm saying. It's like, what's the point of the kid?
Yeah. You know what? My cynical ass.
It's natural.
My cynical ass was going. My cynical ass was like, "Oh man, they introduced the fact that he has a kid so that they could make a spin-off show like set 30 years."
No.
I had that thought too. Yeah,
it's too successful, and it's hard for Disney to turn down.
He still haven't found a sister.
Sabotaging the Knights of Ren. Andor 2, Electric Boogaloo.
we have to beat Darth Jar Jar.
No. I wouldn't have a problem with it if they put the time and care into it.
Fair.
If they put the time and care into it, I wouldn't have an issue. There's nothing wrong with if you have a clear, like, if you introduce that, knowing, like, hey, I have other material, but I just can't move forward with Cassian because we came out with this movie, and so we knew this had to end. But I have more story to tell in this world. I think I wouldn't have an issue.
Yeah, and the big thing is the mood. I remember when Edwin, when we did our first review of Andor, he mentioned, like, it's a celebration of science fiction. Like, they put the science fiction in Star Wars. And even with Rogue One, the first introduction you see of Andor felt like Blade Runner. It was like the first time I had that switch. Like, this isn't Star Wars. This is Blade Runner. What the fuck? So
yeah,
at least like the Star Wars, of course, as we've talked about many a time. Like, it's it's a study on all films history and regular history in general, and Andor is just that little sliver in the Star Wars universe where it's kind of like Blade Runner. It's a science fiction. The government's gonna do a lot of crap to overtake the people, and season 2 or both Andor seasons pretty much showed, like, the building pieces even more than just science fiction. That's it's just mind-boggling how much they packed into 2 seasons. It really is.
Well, I think it goes back to this, to like what I was saying earlier. It has different stakes. The stakes, it's it's edgier, it's darker, it's the stakes. They took it back to like, everything that happens in this world is made more realistic by the fact that there's human stakes in it. Like, like you can do, like they have spaceships flying around, they're running all over, Endor. They're going to so many different planets here and there. But the thing that makes it relatable is that you can understand the human motivation behind it and the stakes for these people. This is life and death. They're looking at the future and they're seeing what the Empire is capable of, and it's horrifying. You don't really get, there's a certain level of detachment when you're watching the movies because, you're supposed, you're having fun. You're like, oh yeah, there's lights, it's action, it's adventure, it's excitement. And at a certain point, the villains become cartoonish. In here, they're not.
No, they're just real to the bone.
I love the moment when the director, like, I was rooting for him to kill himself, and I'm like, dude, you gotta do it.
Yeah.
You gotta do it. You can't don't face that. Don't let them torture you. Don't let them interrogate you. Don't let them drag you down and imprison you. And he did it. And I think he had Han Solo's blaster or something similar.
Yeah.
It wasn't an Imperial blaster. It wasn't. It was like, that's something like Han Solo would have walked around with.
Yeah.
And when the stormtroopers like hear it and they want to walk into the room, and dude's like, no, just let it, leave it. I thought that was a great moment, because he realized, we failed, like we completely and totally failed, and it was great. It was a great moment, and that's not something that you see. You don't get those personal moments. You don't get that kind of development. It kind of reminds me, and I know I always go back to this show a lot, but it kind of reminds me of Deep Space Nine, where they had those arcs. Kind of feels like Deep Space Nine or Battlestar Galactica, where they have those serious dark moments that are earned. It's like everything that happens in this show is earned. It's not just like, oh, we're gonna do this for shock value, or we're gonna do this because it's cool, or we're gonna do this because, like, hey, this scene needs a giant monster or something,
Like new Star Treks.
Yeah, we're gonna commit a war crime not because not because this scene needs a war crime, but because we thought about it and like the natural progression is we kind of have to do this war crime.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like, hey, these are the bad guys because they're committing a war crime. It's like, no, this war crime's happening because they are bad guys.
Yeah.
And Disney let them go there.
They did.
You have to give them credit. They let them go some places where you wouldn't expect Disney to let them.
Which is really weird because Disney just doesn't seem like the studio for this. Yeah, I don't know who who did the green light on this, but like they deserve applause. Because it wasn't Kathleen Kennedy.
He produced it.
Yeah, I don't know who greenlit this, but somebody did, and they deserve, like, Jack, you need to go find them and, like, I don't know, buy them a beer or something because
a pint or two.
Because they don't see a lot of the stuff like this. If it's not HBO, you don't really see a lot of this stuff.
Well, I know. And Disney, ironically becoming the evil empire in a weird way with streaming. There's that discussion too. But
yeah, I don't know.
But we can definitely skip that one for sure because that one just tear my head up.
It's really rare to see a show like this in modern streaming, And Disney really hasn't gotten a foothold on like, and I think maybe it's because it has a bunch of different production companies. They don't have like a model. They're not like, I don't know. Like with HBO, I think that there's more creativity and creators are allowed to do more. It feels more like Image. I don't know if you guys get this metaphor. There's DC, there's Marvel, and then there's Image. And Image is willing to try a lot more. They're willing to go in a lot of different directions and take creative risks that Marvel and DC can't because they're so committed to the. And Andor feels like an Image project, you know, like we're gonna go and we're gonna do this thing, and this is gonna be completely different from anything else going on over here.
Like Visions, yeah.
Yeah, and so I don't know what the future is gonna be like for. Well, we can talk forever about streaming services and where they're gonna go and what they're gonna do, but I don't know if we're gonna see a show this good on Disney Plus again. I know that Alien show's getting high praise.
I'm looking forward to that one. Not gonna lie,
Yeah, that's getting high praise
because I did
Wait,
like Romulus in a weird way.
no, Alien Earth.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've gotten a lot worse about watching plot-based media. So like,
And plus, you kind of checked out Dune.
oh god, dude. That was my sister's fault. My sister absolutely loves Dune. Like she's been reading, like she's read the books and reread the books and loved the movie. Wouldn't shut up about Timothy Chalamet for a while.
Be
And then
fair, a lot of people won't shut up.
Yeah,
fair.
To be fair.
I always think of Derek's like how he says his name, Timothy Chalamet.
Nothing's ever gonna beat Edwin's reaction to my reaction to watching Aliens.
Oh, oh no!
Because I never watched Aliens growing up, so I watched them with Edwin, and I think I was after Aliens, I turned to him and I went, "Is it bad that I just want to watch this again? Like it's so good that I just want to watch it again right now?" And he's like, "No, that's to be expected."
It's a marathon movie for sure.
Oh, I've watched that movie. I must have watched that movie like 40, 50 times. That script is, man. That man can write a script, dude. That I don't know. Yeah.
I haven't seen the last Avatar.
By the way, I'm really glad I bought the DVD box set for the Alien franchise, because if you watch Alien on Hulu, they take out a bunch of random stuff for no reason.
Ugh.
And it's just like, what are you doing? Like, just like little scenes that like help with setting up like the pacing and stuff, but like nothing crazy. Like, you know that part where she's saying, "I'm not going to open the doors because of quarantine procedure," and then the science officer opens the door, and then the girl gets mad at Ripley. They just cut that part out.
Huh.
So instead of her getting mad at Ripley and being like, "You wouldn't open the door," and she's like, "Well, we're following protocol," instead of that argument ever happening, they just move on. And they do like a bunch of little edits that I didn't like.
I wonder if it was like originally from the TV or cable editors or like WGN edit kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, that's why they're saying that. Like Christopher Nolan makes me crazy.
Yeah, doesn't he?
But I'm starting to agree with him on the whole physical media thing. Like, if you love it, own it, because
I'll show you.
Yeah.
See,
Zach, we know you.
You got him. You got him.
It's also why I have Hot Fuzz.
There you go.
Yeah.
Standalone complex at half price.
Yeah. If you love it, own it, because
two of them.
They'll take it.
Yeah.
They'll take it. They'll take it, and they'll
Not
do
only
whatever
that-
they want to it.
Yeah.
And you never know when you're going to get it back.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I still wish I had my Star Wars original video cassettes. Because like when they did the DVD releases, it was just like they changed everything.
Yeah, the George Lucas stupid CGI edits of Jabba, the Return of Jedi infamous song.
Yeah, it's like, oh god.
There's a random offshoot DVD release. I thankfully rented it through Netflix. I'm not sure if it ever is a standard, but it was like the quote unquote theatrical cut. But it felt like you were watching it at a big screen in the 80s. It felt like that type of like feel. I'm like, I wish I could buy that back set. Holy cow.
Yeah. And I think that's going to keep happening with all of these movies. Like I don't remember what movie it was, but I know that like, oh well, Back to the Future. There's a couple of scenes that like I remember seeing them as a kid, but like as an adult, I'm like, they're just not there. Like, and I figure they just got cut out, which okay, but at the same time, it's like Martin said, it's like they're kind of important because they kind of like help part of the story. Without them being there, you kind of other things that happen later on kind of don't make sense. Like none of those people like Ripley, and there's little things that happen along the movie that give them, like she's a stickler for the rules, and it causes tension with the rest of the crew. And without those being there, you're like, it kind of like it has that animosity, like when they finally start working together, you're like, okay, shit, the situation is so bad that they're gonna work with her,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always loved
You always felt like what?
we always deviate.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, we're terrible about keeping on point.
You know, it makes me feel good because I'm like the king of tangents. so like when I'm not the one going on a tangent, it makes me feel so good.
Yeah, and this is a show we've been like, because we haven't done our formal review of season 2, and we're going to be talking to people, so it's just going to be a natural like join in with us. This is all we have to say about the show.
we just have to try to reel it in on the stage.
Jack, what are you gonna do when the incels come for you?
Oh geez, I don't know. We'll see.
There's a lot of female.
I was putting on my MAGA hat. I don't know.
Jack, there's a lot of female characters in this thing. I'm not sure that's a good thing for Star Wars, man.
And you know what? And you know what's so funny? Nobody said anything about it.
Yeah,
Nope.
no one.
No complaints.
No.
No complaints because they did it right. They did it right. There's nothing wrong with, and that's the argument that I've always had, Jack. Disney and a lot of it's not what they do, it's how they do it.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with diversity. It's just do it right. This had inclusion just fine. You got Forrest Whitaker, Saw Gerrera. You got Hicks. You got these women in these hot. He was.
Well, they didn't turn Mon Mothma into a man.
They didn't turn Mon Mothma into a man. They had the lesbian storyline, and nobody batted an eye.
And that was a sad scene when she died.
Yeah. It was perfectly fine, and it makes sense in that sort of environment. It made sense. Like there was nothing wrong with it.
And it's kind of like Star Trek, kind of like the accepted future.
Well,
there are things that have progressed, just not the government.
Well, because Andor sets itself up right from the beginning. It says, this is about people. Yeah. This isn't about, yes, this is about political ideologies. Yes, this is about, but it's not about like us trying to force. The people trying to force stuff on you is the Empire. You know, the other people are trying to either survive. You know, you get the fact that they're trying to survive in this world. It's not about, you don't get the feeling that they're trying to push some kind of agenda on you. It repeats itself in every single storyline with every single character. There's not a single character in this that isn't fully fleshed out and doesn't have some kind of motivation, and they're driven by, you know, their intrinsic humanity. Like, they're driven by their desires, they're driven by their needs, their wants. That's what drives these people. There's nothing that, you never feel like anybody's just there to be a mouthpiece for anything. You know, they're there because they're sacrificing something, or because, like Luthien, he's living for a bigger dream, and you know, he has his motivations. And with like every romance, everything's treated with respect. You know, it's not you know, there's no hand signaling, there's no hand waving, there's no like, it's all there to be, you know, it's all there in service of the story, never in service of some kind of like political agenda outside of the show itself.
It's not there to check a box.
No, not at all. It's not a Netflix show, you know. It's not a Netflix show. The government's not going to give them money for having a lesbian romance or drug abuse, you know, even though they have both in there.
Yeah.
But they're completely understandable for the character.
Yeah, I totally didn't expect that plot line, but I liked it.
Yeah. I felt that every plot line that they did was fully justified and understandable. I remember there was a show I was watching. I don't remember what it was called. It was some political show. It was on CBS, and they moved it to Netflix. The minute they moved it to Netflix, everybody got a different storyline that was like, you know, like an after school special. You know, there was the gay couple, there was the lady abusing drugs, there was a lady whose mom wanted to commit suicide.
Check the boxes.
Yeah, all the boxes so they could get all the monies. And I was like, yeah, and I was like, you, and that's the kind of thing that pisses people off.
Yeah.
It's like,
it's blatant.
Yeah, it's absolutely totally blatant. It's like, you know, I'm like, you took this because it was a popular show and you made it for your audience that kind of doesn't exist. You know, I'm like, I don't know that progressives, you know, subscribe to Amazon or to Netflix more than anybody else. So it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and even, do progressives want this much, you know, in one show? Like,
the toxic ones.
Yeah.
I guess.
There is toxic. Yeah. There is toxic. No impulse.
Toxic wokeism.
I hate because it's a gentrified word.
Wokeism.
Woke as a word is gentrified.
It is.
Like, what does woke mean?
Well, I think they appropriated it. And
no, they stole it. This woke is black slang that's been in the lexicon for decades. This ain't new. He been saying woke, and woke was never political. Woke was just, you know, there's a dog off the chain around the corner. Stay woke. It was like, be careful, be aware, stay, you know,
pay attention to your surroundings.
Yeah. Pay attention. That's all it was. It was just a saying, in the same way when it'll be like, yo, you ain't seen Andor? You sleep. It was just the opposite of that. It was this, that's all it was. And some white person somewhere, no offense, Jack, heard the word, and then they attached it to this political realm, and then it went from being like political and progressive, and now it's like a slur. And I just hate the word because nobody. If I say what does woke mean, nobody knows the definition of it because they don't know the origins of the word because they're not part of the culture.
Well, they've abused it. They've abused it and twisted it and misshapen it so much that, like, it could apply to a bunch of different things now.
Yeah, and then Fox News uses it. Oh, they're using the woke movement. It's a trigger
agenda.
word.
It's not even Fox News' fault, to be honest with you, because they didn't start it.
Sure.
They didn't start it. It was the toxic progressives that acted like they were. It was the ones out there that want to tell you that want to tell you about stuff. Like, I don't want somebody white telling me about how I feel about the Black Lives Matter movement. What are you telling me? How are you going to tell me about? What do you know?
Oh, they know, Jamal. They know.
No, but that's what they do. Or I should be offended by something. No, I'm not. And don't tell me that I should be. That's my choice. This is my affliction, or this is what I was born with, what I had to deal with. Don't tell me what I should do. Because you're going to turn around and do what you do and subvert the movement anyway for your own nefarious purposes. But I'm not. I just hate the word because it's so abused and misused, and the right.
They've abused it pretty bad.
Well, they've made it a slur in the same way that they made socialism.
Oh yeah,
and communist. You're nothing but communist. You're nothing but socialist.
Yeah, well, they make it a slur to control it. Like, hey, this might be a good idea. No, it's not.
But to be fair, the Democrats are just as bad when it comes to socialism.
Oh yeah,
because
when it comes to woke.
Well, because
they're just as bad. They're just as bad. Which is why I can't just say it's the right. They're just as bad.
Well, they want to have a certain like pop culture cachet, so they don't come across as like a million years old
or alien or lizard people. Wow.
They are a million years old.
They're all a million years old. They don't get like half of them are. There's a few of them that are more than pandering. But I think that's because, and it's so ridiculous because it's like, you guys won. You won, but you never acted like it because the other party has to cheat and cheat hard to win. So you won, accept it and act like it. You won. The other party is there cheating and has to hire, has to have a cult in order to
votes in Texas. Yep.
Yeah, they have to have a cult that cheats to win in order to win. The Democrats won, but then they got into this whole like semantic. They always get into this semantics game with the Republicans, and I'm like, why? Don't fight with them. Don't argue with them. They're pieces of shit. They're pieces of shit human beings. Go and win and lead. You got it. Do it.
No, they don't.
They do.
That's the problem. No, they don't. No, they don't. Because the truth is, and the reason why they get into these semantics arguments with the right is because that's the difference between the two.
Well,
semantics. Semantics.
Look, it's not only semantics. Look, so what happened was the Republican Party does nothing. They literally do nothing. They have a small. They're the group of people that support them is shrinking more and more and more. This country is moving away from the centralists, but the Democrats are too. The Democrats had to be everything else. They literally had to be everything else. So when they pander and they talk about this, they talk about that. They're trying to be essentially the entire country. They're just they're one part. We see them as one party, but they're the only party. They're the only party that's still invested in the game. The other party is gone. The other party's lost their fucking mind. They don't give a shit about us anymore. So we literally have one party. That's it. Now, whether they're centralists, whether they're capitalists, you know, whether they're still, you know, the fact that we've spent 30 years they've spent 30 years destroying the middle class, and acting like they don't have any kind of like, their hands are tied because there's not enough votes, or the Supreme Court did something, you know, that's a different story entirely.
Yeah. See,
I didn't mean to turn this into politics.
We don't.
But Andor does that, and that's kind of
Andor does that.
Andor does that. Yeah.
Yep. Andor makes you see, like, you know, Andor makes you see, like, you know, like with the Republic. I mean, like, hey, half those senators didn't give a fuck.
Because they have,
then, you know, the Republic and the Galactic Republic, you know, the Senate there, it's like, you saw half of them were like bought, sold, looking out for their own interests. You know, they weren't going to get involved, and somebody had to make them get involved. And when they couldn't, you know, they had to sneak her out of the back door. But yeah, somebody has to stand. Somebody has to make sacrifices. Those poor guys from Texas are the ones doing it now. I mean, not like it's big sacrifice, but shit.
yeah,
You know, leave your home for weeks on end just because the Republicans want to gerrymander they want 5 more seats, you know? Fucking ridiculous. Sorry. I totally derailed that.
At least they're paying attention.
Yeah.
They usually don't do. But again, it's like I say, man, like, all I can say is 2026. Right around the corner. At the midterm election, that's a big deal. Everybody only focuses on the presidential election. The midterm election is far, far, far.
yeah.
You could touch them. Like you can talk to your senator.
Well, I think that's
aldermen, your people, and that's going to your point, where the Democratic Party, if you look on the local levels, is progressive. Those are the ones that's winning. But the elite and the ones that control the party are actively against them. So you don't have a party that's working for you. You say that you do, but you don't. They're actively working against your interests. So you got 2 parties that are constantly working against you. The thing about the right, and I'll say that the only difference between the Democrats and the Republicans is Republicans, they're going to vote Republican no matter who. They're going to go. They're going to vote Republican. It doesn't matter who you put in, they're going to vote for that person, like them or not. The Democrats, if they don't like you, they won't vote Republican. They're not going to vote for you either. They're just going to say, you know what, I'm out. And that's how they lose. Every time. That's how they lose. So, but then when they win, talking about, hey, we're going to do these things that we say that we know that you want. We know you want this. Because these are all the people that we have to answer to. So we know you want this. Like Biden ran on a very, very, very aggressive agenda. Didn't follow through on any of them. Kamala Harris, when she was running, everybody's like, oh man, she didn't have a chance. She didn't have much time. That lady raised billions. She didn't need much to be Trump. But this lady, instead of standing on the progressive principles that she's been talking about since Obama was getting elected, she went and tried to appeal to the Republican voters. What kind of campaign is that?
Yeah.
You're not going, a Republican voter in Wyoming is not going to, or Jamaican, Indian. They're not. It's not happening. you're not. It's a lost cause. But you want to sit there and say, "Well, I believe in guns. I told guns." Oh, what? No. We're not ready for medical. We're not ready. And the minimum wage is. You're going against everything you said to try to appeal to these people that's not anyway. And then you want to complain and be like, "Well, America's not ready for a woman." No, they're not ready for that woman because you ran a dumb campaign.
Because
you're stupid.
Because she's just like Rom.
Yeah.
She's like Rom.
No, she's
that's
just
a really good way to.
She's just like the elites in the Democratic Party. She's not what the people want. You gotta go young. You gotta go with the people. You gotta go with the progressives. You gotta go with the AOCs. You gotta go with the Jasmine Crockett. You gotta go with these type of people, and they will pull in some numbers. Easy.
See, because the problem is that a lot of these groups think that they have a choice. Look, first you got to eliminate the Republicans completely and totally. I mean, you got to wipe that party off the fucking face of the planet because they're not going to do anything but cater to the rich and now cater to Trump and now cater to themselves because that's all they give a fuck about. They don't give a fuck about anything. They're going to run America into the ground. Let me tell you right now, they're going to run America into the ground. See, the problem is the people who vote Democrat think that they have a fucking choice. They think that they can be racist against the different. They think that they feel like, oh, I don't like this dude because he's gay. I don't like this dude because he's a socialist. I don't like this lady because she's Puerto Rican. They need to get over that fucking shit and get their asses together and save this fucking country. Because if they don't, we're not going to. Look, taking away your Medicaid and social, hospitals are going to disappear. They're doing the same thing to Mexicans that they've done to black people for the last 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
Incarcerating them in massive amounts just to make money because all of those detention centers, those are private. Those are privately run. So now they're criminalizing all of these. Now they're criminalizing all these Spanish people just so they can start this shit all over again. And it's not going to stop there. Making homeless lists illegal, making mental illness illegal. You know where that goes? That goes, oh, these people aren't contributing to society. So we either need to throw them in prison or we need to kill them. That's where that goes. And these people think like the Democratic Party and the independents think, oh, we have a choice. You don't have a choice anymore.
Yeah.
You need to get with the program. I don't care if she's, I don't care if, we would still kind of sort of have an America that we recognize if she had won. You know what I'm saying? If she had won, if we had gotten all together and been like, come on, man, if these white independent women had dragged their husbands and said, you better fucking vote for this lady or you ain't getting shit. If they had done something, if we had all gotten together and done something, but we didn't. And this man had like 8 fucking years and carte blanche because they didn't do anything after January 6th. So this man was able to run whatever he did and it worked. It all fell into place way too neatly.
Here, the problem is you need the right person running the right platform. People want it's the issues. It's what are you going to do and what's your plan to do to follow through on it. And that's it. It's that simple. Like people, nobody, it doesn't matter who you are. Nobody wants to pay these high prices for eggs. Nobody wants to pay these high prices for, all the food and entertainment. It's like, why nobody wants to pay these high prices for medicine that, that shouldn't be that high. Like there are certain issues that everybody agrees, but there's money in politics. And as long as there's money in politics, it's going to be a problem. And the progressives, they are far less like, and have proven far less like to give in to these deep pockets than these other ones will. These other ones, they're going to capitulate and tap. they're going to back down. And, we have your voting records to prove that. We have it. It's public record. So, it's, yeah, sure. If Kamala Harris won, would America be different? A little. Sure. Would ICE be locking people up the way that they are? No. Absolutely not. But we wouldn't be doing, but what we're not going to, we wouldn't have much progress either. Because A, they're not going to let her do anything.
No,
And
we wouldn't have much progress for us. But you wouldn't have.
And that is the issue. People are sick and tired of not getting any progress for them. If you want Black people to come out and vote for you, give us something. You give everybody else something. The rich gets tax cuts. The gays got a lot of laws. They got their marriage and a lot of things. The Asians got a hate crime bill because somebody beat up Asians for a couple of days. Like, everybody's getting stuff, but it's like, where's ours? What do we get? Juneteenth? Everybody gets to celebrate that day off.
Exactly.
Everybody gets the day off work. What do we get? Nothing. Nothing. And you don't even try to appeal to what appeals to us. So why should I vote for you? I'm not going to vote for you just because this person is worse.
Police reform.
Where?
The slow let me tell you, cops are not happy about what they can and can't do anymore.
They still do it.
They still do it regardless. I know.
No. I'm not saying that there's not bad cops, but I'm saying that they're frustrated by the things that they can't do. Of course,
they're frustrated by the things they're not supposed to do, but they're still protecting themselves. Even
they're going to protect it.
There's not any reform.
They're not there to protect us, but there's things that they're afraid, like they're going to get sued for. There's like, these people don't get held the way they used to get held. A slight dismantling of the prison industrial complex. We've seen that, because now, they're arresting. They found a new class of people to lock up forever without habeas corpus. But none of that matters, because they're putting the squeeze on everybody with inflation and like prices skyrocketing on everything. It doesn't matter. No gains that you see anywhere. It's all being erased, because it's like, we're not going to be able to afford to live.
Yeah, and that's something that everybody can come together on.
Yeah, but you need somebody to
give me a plan as to how you're going to fix this.
But like you said, that's not going to work. That's not going to work, because you have one party that is unified against any kind of progress in that area.
But like, that comes down to the party now. There needs to be information out now. I need to be getting blasted in my emails, social media, or whatever. Like, the Jan Schakowsky, who's my congresswoman, he's retired. I'm aware of this. I know the candidates that's out there. Mayor Evanston is running. The lady that took over his previous position. I'm aware that this TikTok lady's running. I'm aware of the people that's out there, and I'm aware of their platforms they stand on. I know this, but how many people know who's the representative that represents their district?
Dude, there were people.
How many people know? If you get these people, these are the people that is going to represent you. And if you get them in there, that puts a stop to what he can do. He's able to do what he's able to do because we weren't paying. We were mad at the president. He won. He kept everybody distracted. Then they ended up getting the House and the Senate. And so now they can do whatever it is that they want to do. You need to have a full force on top of everything. Hey, next year, this stuff matters. This person voted against your interests. Get them out. Get this person voted against your interests. Get them out.
I think
that stuff matters.
I think that you're right, and I think that that's why we're seeing what's happening in Texas and all over the country, because these people know with their poll numbers and what's been going on, they're not going to be able to hold on to a lot. They want more. They need to gain more, but they're going to lose these seats. They're going to lose these houses. Because I think people are waking up to what you're saying, Jamal. Because these people are starting to realize that these guys are voting against their best interests, and they're not gonna sit there and take that anymore.
There's a lot of people that vote for president but don't vote mid.
Yeah,
and it's always been that way.
Yeah, they don't know, but now
they need to know the importance. They need to stress the importance.
Yeah, it's just cracking their. A lot of it is cracking their like social media bubble, and getting in there and like educating them.
Which is going to be difficult. Which is going to be difficult because if Elon Musk runs Twitter, and he was aligned with Trump, you couldn't be on Twitter and not see a Trump ad every 3. Like it was impossible.
Yeah, I never used
all
Twitter.
over
That's
there.
true.
It was impossible. I mean, I go on there every now and then and just kind of look at what's trending because I know that's just a place for news. But you couldn't scroll down anything without seeing it there. And he didn't pay for that. He didn't pay for that because Musk was his boy. That matters. That all this social media stuff, man, and these TikTok videos, these AI TikTok videos, devil. Like they get people so twisted, caught up in things, and get them so riled up.
Well, and that's the part of like where it comes into like how much things have gone to hell, because it's that type of thing that you create laws for, where you say, look, if you're going to have this many, like on television, stations are required to give each candidate a certain amount of time by law. So like if a Democrat runs an ad, a Republican runs an ad, and it has to be like they have to get the same amount of time. And it should be like that on social media, but do we have any control over them? No, not really. I mean, Elon Musk essentially became the government for a little while.
Yeah, and Trump wants you to forget it now.
Well, yeah, because
that's what always happens. He puts these people in office, and then they eventually start beefing. They leave, they write a book, and then the cycle continues.
Well, Elon Musk thought he was going to be president or co-president or whatever.
Elon Musk thought he was going to be able to run the country.
Yeah,
like he legitimately thought that he would be able to run the country. And it's like Trump will pretty much let you do whatever you wanted to. He's still like he just loves the title of it. He doesn't really actually want a job. He just loves the title of it.
He's never wanted a job. No, he's never wanted the job. He's always wanted
he's wanted the power and the
money
in the cachet that comes with it.
Yeah,
but he doesn't actually want to like be president.
God.
Andor.
All right.
Okay. So the impact of timing we covered. So I think circling back, this is my quote. Circling back to what Martin said earlier, I think we could do the impact of characters, right?
Well, the study of Searle, because he's key figure of the show.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The impact of characters, where we could, because Martin definitely mentioned like the juxtaposition between Pedro and Cyril, which I think is very important.
Yeah, we can make it more of a general.
Yeah, just the general like the impact of characters.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Can I have this?
And go.
And you know, like what Alberto will want to talk about.
I'm sorry. What's the question?
Well, like you know, like a general thing with that Alberto will want to talk about, and are we doing a Q&A?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
But I'll talk to him tomorrow. I'll send this over to him.
And are we going to do like a general Q&A as well?
We got 45 minutes, so I think we can leave like 5-10 minutes for Q&As. So all right, so we got all right. So like if we give timing 10 minutes, characters 10 minutes. Is there any other topics that people want to go? All right, there's one thing that I want to ask you to talk about. Sure, is so many, and this is something that we've talked about before. So many Star Wars fans that are like legitimate, serious Star Wars fans, they either haven't watched Andor or they just got into Andor.
Oh, okay. So kind of like the hesitant one still, or have
yeah. Like so, what is it
like
about? What is it about Andor that has Star Wars fans so hesitant, even though everybody says it's such a phenomenal show?
Well, because Star Wars is escapism. Andor doesn't let you escape anywhere. You ain't going nowhere.
Nope.
You're down in the dirt with him.
Yeah,
that's not escapism.
By the main character himself, like
by the time you finish watching
Andor, or Luke,
yeah. By the time you finish watching Andor, you're Bix, man. It's like some drugs. I'm depressed.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's why you see such a divide between Star Wars fans who find Andor boring, or like, why is my escapism show trying to be real? Why is it trying to be, why isn't it more like Mando, or like, why doesn't it have that same feel? Why, it's like, well, it's like you said, I'm here for Disney. Why am I watching HBO? So I think that's part of the reason why a lot of fans are like, no. It's not my escapism show anymore. So I want to escape from reality. And this is definitely, and then I think a lot of conservatives have said, I saw a TikTok where a lot of conservatives, this guy was bashing on conservatives for saying, why is Andor making fun of me? I'm like, Andor's not making fun of you. Andor's just shining a mirror on what's happening. And so I think that's true too, where it's like, do they really want to watch Andor if Andor makes them feel bad about themselves? It's a question to consider.
Yeah.
What do you think, Jamal?
About why Star Wars fans avoid Andor?
Yeah, kind of.
I don't know. I'm a very casual Star Wars fan. I've consumed far more of the Disney Plus Star Wars universe than I have the actual movie. So I don't really have much of a perspective on this. That's why I'm asking you guys, because like my my things for Star Wars has been like, okay, I'm watching Mandalorian, Edwin's not. Why is this happening? I understand he was jilted. The movie's broken. So I'm like, okay, I get that. And then, you know, so Mandalorian comes out and people are like, okay, this is Star Wars. This is what we see. And you get another season. It's like, okay, and then, Boba Fett, and you kind of took a bit dip. Then you got the Obi-Wan show. You got
Ahsoka.
the Soapy. You got the first season of Andor. And it's like, okay, so when it comes down to Andor, why aren't the fans watching this? And people are saying it's good. It's one of the rare shows that's actually getting Emmy nominations. Like, why is it still like, I don't want to watch it? Of all of the shows, the one show that I've heard a lot of Star Wars, and Alberta was one of them.
Yeah,
he didn't want to watch it, and then when he finally started watching it, he was just like, "This is the greatest thing." So it's such a strange phenomenon to me as an outsider trying to figure this out.
I think for some people, because the movies are so much, the three original movies are so much older. I think for a lot of people who became fans of Star Wars, it was through the Clone Wars. So they watched this in high school and so when they,
Clone
released
Wars was really good.
Yeah.
So when they released the first Rey movie, this was the fans, the old school fans, or even the prequels. There's a whole generation, they don't relate to you have an entire generation, or maybe two, that don't relate to the movies the way that, like, say, me or Alberto would, because, we're men of a certain age. And so we grew up watching those movies, and Andor is solidly within those movies. And so I think that, like, and I know I've brought up the Filoni verse before. You have people who are fans of that, and some people will argue that that they're just sucking on canon, but and so they don't really want anything. They feel like they don't want anything beyond just that, the spoon-fed candy of the originals, like nostalgia, or like I said earlier, escapism, where, like, I can escape into this. I don't have to think about it. Like, I felt like the Rey movies were very much more shaped after young adult novels, than like fantasy novels or even sci-fi novels. And I think that for some of them, like, I've read a lot of young adult books. Sometimes they have this inherent weakness when it comes to, like, the arc of the female character, where it comes down to, like, which boy she's going to choose, instead of, like, is she going to save the world? Is she not going to save the world? It becomes kind of that byproduct. So that whole relationship with Kylo, I'm spiraling.
And I think similar to you, Edwin, in a sense of that, I'm like you, Jamal, as well. Whereas I was very casual starting off in my early years of Star Wars fandom, because movies are shut and closed. Okay, 20 years later, they're re-releasing it. That's cool. And I guess they're making a prequel trilogy. I'm not more the wiser. But when I was in school, they would have novels, the Star Wars novels, and some graphic novels as well. I would see it every now and then. I was curious. Like, I knew the concept of a loop before I saw the original trilogy, and I thought it was like the number one adventure boy, nothing more. And then I believe with the prequels to the new trilogy, that gap there was the nostalgia of the older movies growing further and further, and kind of like this weird love-hate relationship with the prequels. So that's where division begins with the Star Wars fandom. Whereas the casual ones are like me, right in the middle, not exactly choosing sides.
Well, I got to get angry for 2 seconds.
Go ahead.
Like, these MFs, man. Watch Andor. Just watch it. Watch it, because like when when you brought up the novels, it brought up this sore point in me, because like Jedi was in 83.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they didn't do the re-releases until like the 90s.
Yeah.
I thought it was like mid-80s, I thought.
No,
it was
90s.
It was definitely 90s because my aunt dragged me to the theaters to watch it.
I thought you meant novels. Okay, my mistake.
No. So we didn't have anything. We had those 2 lousy Ewok movies.
Yeah, Star Holiday Special, technically.
We don't talk about that, Jack.
No one talks about that.
They're trying to make it a thing, but that's not a thing. It's just a nightmare.
Hey, Arthur's in it. Why not?
That's exactly why it needs to go away, Jack. So, we had the 2 crappy. We had the droids cartoon and the Ewoks cartoon.
Okay.
And then we had, like the 2 Ewok movies. And that was it for a good solid decade or more. I mean, we had he wouldn't let anything else be made. It was fucking ridiculous. Yeah. I don't know what he did. I think he made Willow.
Produced it. Or he directed Howard the Duck as well.
See, exactly. But like the novels and the comics were all we had to live off of. Like, and they borrowed some stuff from the Dark Horse comics for the sequels.
I think Alberto touched on that previously.
Yeah, like
him talk.
Yeah, they took some of the plot points from those storylines because the storylines were really good, but that's all you had. So that these people don't want to watch Andor, it's like you all spoiled.
Yeah,
because you had so much content that we never got. I mean, we just got the novels and stuff like that, but we didn't get any like TV show. We didn't have the Clone Wars. We had like a novel or 2 that touched upon that stuff, but they had a whole 3 episode. You had the Clone Wars, you had the Bad Batch, you had, like Obi-Wan, you had the Mandalorian. Like they've gotten like massive amounts of content.
I kind of wish my camera worked.
They're spoiled because we can sit there. Yeah.
To jump on what you're saying right now, that I think that's the biggest. Like people are complaining about that, especially with the MCU, because they're saying that's why Fantastic Four theater numbers are dropping so badly. It's because of the quick turnaround to Disney Plus.
Okay.
Is damaging sales numbers, but at the same time, I've watched maybe like I read maybe like a handful of books. Like the Star Wars novels. And definitely not like consistently, like oh, this is all part of one series. No, I've read like a book from this part, the book from there.
And that's partially I was trying to get that too. Like novels did their own thing for that long time. Yeah.
But now I think that's why the Han Solo movie did so badly, because there was just an oversaturation of theater releases. That movie was definitely nothing like the rest. Like it was a pretty good spaghetti western, but that was about it.
Yeah.
Well, see, I feel like they should have done a trilogy, a Han Solo trilogy.
And Harrison Ford comes back as a space ghost.
God no.
No, Harrison Ford dies. Han Solo dies because I go over there and I kill him myself. I write myself into the movie and I kill him myself, but in an even more stupid way than having his son kill him. So yeah.
Just he really wanted to be free of
this
series.
Yeah. So it's like, and he's told off Star Wars fans, which fine. You know, we can get crazy at times.
Yeah, I
But
find it
like,
funny how many Star Wars actors dislike Star Wars.
Yeah. It's a
I
curse.
don't.
Blessing.
I just don't understand how Harrison Ford was so against Star Wars, and then just jump right back into it.
Money.
Like I don't see like.
Oh yeah, he absolutely loved
I don't get
Indiana
it.
Jones.
I
Yeah.
don't
jump back into a career.
like jump back into like another retread role. He went from one retread to another.
Oh,
Like,
like Indiana Jones.
yeah, like I just don't understand. Like,
Well, back then, I mean, actors weren't really like, there were actors and then there were just like personalities. And like Harrison Ford kind of like, he kind of has that personality. You weren't going to see, you know, like, you weren't going to see Han Solo in another movie. You were going to see Harrison Ford in another movie. And they just called it acting, but it really wasn't. I mean, it's like Tom Cruise. I mean, Tom Cruise is the same fucking person in every fucking movie. It's Tom Cruise, you know. Same thing with Arnold Schwarzenegger until like he started doing comedy roles, and you started to see the range that he had. Because he's pretty much the same person. There are movies that I watch now, and I'm like, if he wasn't in this, it'd be a totally different movie. Um, you know what I'm saying? That was just Hollywood power. Um, he does he goes from being, you know, a smartass to a reserved person. That's pretty much it.
Right.
You know, that's his range. And so for him, I mean, it must have been really comfortable being in Indiana Jones because it's like it wasn't much of a stretch, you know?
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, was it the original actor who played Obi-Wan hated Star Wars?
Alec Guinness, yeah.
Yeah, Alec Guinness hated Star Wars. He
was
was it
versatile, too.
Han Solo came to dislike Star Wars. All of the Disney trilogy actors are distancing themselves as much as they can from Star Wars.
Besides Hayden like is becoming more embraced now.
Oh well, no, I'm talking about the Disney Star Wars, not the prequel. Yeah, no,
Oh,
Hayden
okay.
Christensen is actually starting to like people are showing him a lot more love now because people who grew up and saw the prequels as children didn't hate him.
Yeah.
And now they're getting to the point where their voices are starting to be heard more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you mean the like what's his name? The Kyle Ren, those actors. Gotcha.
Well, yeah, no, like was it the actor who played Kylo Ren, the one who played Poe, Finn, all of them,
Adam Driver.
all of them are doing as much as they can to like distance themselves from Star Wars as a whole. And like the prequel actors are not, but the prequel actors are having that weird renaissance because because the people who hated Hayden Christensen were adults who didn't know how to handle their bullshit.
Yeah.
Like you can hate the character of young Anakin Skywalker all you want. Sure, fine, whatever. You do you. But you don't take it out on the actor. He's a kid who was told to act like a stupid kid. Okay? Let him act like a stupid kid because that's what he was told to do by the director.
By an out of touch.
You know, by an out of touch director. You know, but like, and so like the fact that he got like so much hate was awful. But now the kids who grew up watching him and who liked him because he was just the kid who played Anakin when, you know, in the Star Wars movies that they were introduced to. Now they finally have the voice to be able to go, no, you were good. You were fine. Like we liked you, you know, growing up.
Yeah.
And like that's nice to see. But like even then some of them just never had that problem anyway. Like Ewan McGregor.
Yeah.
no one ever gave him shit for his role as Obi-Wan. Liam Neeson was pretty much immediately loved, but some of the characters who were not are finally starting to get their day, which is nice.
Besides Jar Jar.
Besides Jar Jar, but Jar Jar is just unfortunate, you know.
No, Ahmed Best was in The Mandalorian.
Yep. Yeah, fair.
They gave the actor who played Jar Jar.
They did.
Yeah.
They did.
They gave him his little redemption arc,
which is nice.
Yeah,
it's like you said. They Filoni and Favreau. You could tell they had a lot of respect.
Yeah. They kind of they gave Star Wars they pretty much saved Star Wars.
Yeah.
J.J.
Yeah,
J.J. Abrams kind of almost put it into the ground. Disney and J.J. Abrams almost buried it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I know there are people who like those movies, and I've grown to like be okay with like one of them. The Force Awakens is The Force Awakens. It is what it is, you know. The other two, it's like, no, fuck them. I don't care.
Rian Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The name is a curse to everyone. This is Voldemort, the one who should not be named.
Yeah.
Like if The Force Awakens was pandering, the Return of
You don't even remember the title.
I honestly don't. I mean, that was just a shit show. That movie was legitimately bad. That was a legitimately bad movie. It was just a bad movie. It was constructed poorly. The messaging was so simplistic. It was so bad. And no wonder John Bodega doesn't want anything to do with that fucking movie. They gave him the same fucking character arc in the second movie.
Yeah, he got really fucked.
Yeah. He was the worst one. The worst turned out one. Because the preview you hyped as a stormtrooper as a hero. Like, that'd be interesting.
And talk about the fans hating people. That poor Asian girl.
Oh, Lucy.
Oh, yeah. What's her?
Rose.
Yeah, Rose.
They didn't even give her lines in the last movie. They were afraid to give her lines because they were afraid of the backlash of the fucking fans.
What was her name again? I'll look it up later.
Yeah.
And then they ran her off of freaking social media.
Yeah,
they did.
That was god awful.
Yeah. So it might be those might be the people that don't want to watch Andor, man.
Kelly Marie Tran.
Yeah, Kelly Marie Tran. Yeah, I felt that she did so dirty by people. But again, it's the same shit that happened to Hayden Christensen.
Yeah. And she's also gay too, the kind of ironic twist of things. That Bodega's character and Oscar Isaac's character were pushing for a romance, and then the last movie had in an embrace with two gay characters in the most stupidest way imaginable.
Oh no, it's so easy to just cut out for Chinese audiences. It was just very perfectly removable.
Yeah,
that too.
Well, I know Finn and Poe the actors that played Finn and Poe were so mad about it that they tried to get a gay kiss. They tried to make them kiss or become a couple in the last movie. And I'm just like, what the hell am I watching?
Yeah, I know.
And I mean, I get it. I mean, Andor manages to do it in a way that actually feels natural.
Yeah, it was organic.
It was literally like Star Trek. Those moments was kind of like the things that are progressive. It's just stupid.
Not only was it organic, it's kind of the whole point.
Yeah.
Those relationships, the guy, the guy who's his spy inside, he was worried about his wife and his daughter. So it's not only is it organic, it's the actual motivation. It's the reasons why these people are doing these things. And so for Disney to just come along and say, hey, look, they're kissing, they're girls, isn't that great? Or they're kissing, they're guys. And it's like, you're slapping, the entire thing in the face. You're doing it backwards.
You're
It
very
doesn't feel organic, it feels like a stunt. And I'm like, when the whole movie feels like a stunt, it's like, who cares? You don't worry about character motivations in Star Wars, the movies, especially not that last one, The Rise of Skywalker, or whatever the fuck it's called. I don't care.
yeah.
Last Skywalker.
Yeah.
Or Last Jedi.
The Last Jedi? Yeah.
No, I think that was the second one.
What's he?
Oh, so Rise of the Skywalker?
Jedi
Is
Skywalker.
it Rise of the Skywalker?
Yeah.
The Skywalker that's last.
I don't know.
I know the names. I haven't watched those. I only watched The Force Awakens.
Well, the second one was called
Palpatine
Last Jedi.
Returns.
Right.
Just call it Palpatine Returns.
Palpatine technically returns.
The second one was called. The second one was called The Last of My Fucks. I just
Rian Johnson tries to write Knives Out while directing Last Jedi.
Well, like he actually tried to add some kind of
twist on the lore.
Well, there's a bunch of. Well, he tries to add character motivations, but they're so simplistic as to be like asinine. Like the bad guys will sacrifice, or the good guys will sacrifice. They will sacrifice for something beyond themselves, where the bad guys will betray you. That's simply it. That's the extent of
Knives Out's the same fucking thing.
Look, we could just rename the Star Wars, the Disney Star Wars trilogy to Star Wars: The Force Awakens, Star Wars Fuck J.J. Abrams, and Star Wars My Last Fuck.
the last fuck from J.J. Abrams.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, oh my god, that movie's terrible.
But that also ties in with like how Andor is so like interesting in regards after the new trilogy that further out the vision with fans as well, that people barely on the middle like me kind of skating by and be like, I still like it. Like there's an aspect of like whatever, not those extremes, but I still need something that gravitates toward me. Technically, the only thing I ever gravitated towards were the video games like Rogue Squadron. Like that was
Survivors.
I knew you was going to say it.
No, the video games in general. Like it doesn't have to be Rogue Squadron. The Old Republic, you name it. There's that fandom. Like they just love having fun with it, and I feel like that threshold lashed on more with Mandalorian and Andor because, the Jedi crap was oversaturated, especially with the prequels. Then the novels as well, and then sure enough with the new trilogy, trying to be like the old trilogy, like we've seen that already.
I don't know. I had my frustrations with was it 10? Was it?
Oh, for the game.
8 and 9. No, Star Wars 8.
And 9. 8 and 9 for the movies.
That Edwin is well aware of, but like I don't know. Rogue One was such a breath of fresh air that I fucking cried.
Yeah.
During the freaking end credits. Oh, that was so good. I remember crying. It was because of how much better it was than the fucking Disney trilogy.
Yeah, and right before the other two S&I movies for sure. Yeah. Because even I didn't like Force Awakens from the get-go because I felt like it was all the first 3 movies into one, like the same like art, like setup and same like kind of like structure. I'm like.
Because I think that they didn't want Abrams. I think they were afraid if they stepped too far away from what the fans knew and what the fans liked, that they can use the excuse that history is cyclical, fine. But it was like, bro, nobody told you to make the same fucking movie.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
and that's the irony. If it wasn't like the Star Wars lore or Star Wars characters, it was a homage to Star Wars. Different character names. People
just because Lucas did it with
old samurai films to westerns.
No. Oh my God, I am.
Oh, Flash Gordon.
No, the Phantom Menace. Yeah, just because Lucas did it with the Phantom Menace didn't mean that J.J. Abrams could step in and do it with, the Force Awakens. It's like, yeah, there were, he fights. The beats are very similar to to Star Wars, but it's completely different characters on a completely different planet. They don't call things certain things. God, okay, I'm letting it go.
Yeah, that's the thing about the new trilogy. It's just a frustrating bubble.
I kind of gave Force Awakens a pass because I'm like, okay, well, these are supposed to be for children, so if they're just gonna redo.
No.
Yeah, it was. That's why I originally given it a pass, because I was like, all right, well, if they're aiming this for children, yeah, fine. Rehashing a bunch of story beats will be fine, but like they can't rehash Empire because the Republic is in control, and then Ryan Johnson went, you know what? Guess what? The Empire's back, and it's just like, oh God, no, oh God, no. And that's that I knew from like 10 seconds into 8 that it was going to be a shit show. But like the only one I even gave a chance, like I forgave shit, was Force Awakens, and that's specifically because it's like, well, I shouldn't have, but I found excuses.
Yeah. And yeah, that whole portion for sure. But at least like why Andor is such a weird hesitation, but fully embraced once you go through it, because the trauma,
Andor will always be better than the new trilogy because it knew what it wanted to do from the beginning. It knew where it wanted to start and end.
That too. It had a plan and it followed through. And the writing and directing match made in heaven, along with the acting. Like Game of Thrones for sure deserves all the flack in the world for the final seasons, but the casting, the choices they made early on, it carried them over to a top tier show. The problem is they had too many seasons. You name it, George R. R. Martin. But this is like open and close arcs to everything that makes the story simple in the grand scheme of things, but more impactful, more of a memorable experience. The more you think about it, it's 1 out of a billion.
Here's a question: do you think, or what, if any, what impact do you think Andor is going to have?
What it's going to have?
What on the movies going forward?
Yeah, like what impact is Andor going to have, on Star Wars moving forward, and on TV in general,
Well, I think you have two things. I think it depends, number one, on how many awards it wins. I know it's nominated for a bunch of stuff, but let's see what it wins. Yeah. Let's see what it wins and how many it wins.
Diego Luna didn't get nominated for Best Actor, though. I hate it so much. He's my favorite.
I think numbers-wise, Disney's going to look at while it was out, how were our subscriptions? That's why he dyes his hair blue. Did our subscriptions rise? So I think we're going to look at the political or the pop culture cachet it's going to have. That'll be like winning, and like I know he's done a lot of media lately too. So I think there's a bunch of things that are going to determine how Disney moves forward with the movies. And I think that any director that comes in and watches Andor is gonna feel, I know for me, if I hadn't watched Star Wars and I walk in and somebody says, "Hey, you got to watch Andor," and then you're like, "All right, I'm going to direct a movie. Either you're going to go in blind or you're going to do some research." I think if you watch Andor, it gives you like this license to be like, "Oh shit, I can be good." Like I can, crack my knuckles, roll up my sleeves and get into this. Like this is meaty shit. Because I think with like The Force Awakens, there's like, what's there for me to mine? What's there for me to like, and I think it really depends on whether you find somebody who appreciates that and how much the studio is willing to support them. Because if Disney's not, and I think they might though, with Andor and then with the way this Alien show is sounding, it sounds like they're appreciating their legacy, their legacy IP a lot more. But I don't know. I think they're afraid to move forward with Star Wars movies, to be honest with you.
Yeah, because next one's going to be Mando, and Mando as well as Andor both are away from the Jedi stuff, the more entertaining aspects of Star Wars in a weird way. So
I don't think that's more entertaining. I think people are just kind of tired of it.
Yeah. That's what I mean with like the Jedi stuff in general too. I feel like
you have this weird generational gap where like I think you have a generational gap where one generation sees the Jedi as good, and where another generation sees them as flawed and evil. And I think that's because of
the Acolyte.
No, the Acolyte I think is the end result of that.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, I think the Acolyte's the end result. The Acolyte plays out what I think that like Disney and a lot of other people adding that complexity. But that all comes from the novels and everything else, and I think The Force Awakens really, really pissed me the fuck off because I think a lot of that came from there too. Because it's like, Luke failed. Oh my God, Luke was such a weak guy. Luke failed, and I'm like, really?
Last we saw Luke, he was partying with the Ewoks. Leave him alone.
Last we saw of Luke, he was trying to kill his nephew in his sleep.
Oh, that too.
Oh, you just reminded me of my favorite thing that most people tend to forget, which is that, oh my God, fucking Mark Hamill hated that movie. He hated that plot line.
Oh yeah,
he tried to kill, and then all of a sudden he just goes radio silent for like a weekend, and then just when he comes back, he's like, you know what, I was being too harsh. I actually really did like Star Wars Episode 8. His Disney handler fucking choked his ass out.
Yeah. Oh, but he did a master class of like when it was promoted a movie, like a little sly, that jab said Rian Jansen.
He was a lot more critical of that movie, like right after its release, and then just over one weekend, he just learned to shut the fuck up because somebody at Disney cursed his ass out. It was fucking beautiful. I think most people forget that.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah. Somebody sat him down and said, if you don't shut the fuck up, you're not gonna. They're probably like, not only you're not gonna work in this town, but we will find a way to take away your residuals, sir.
Yeah.
They'll find a way.
Yeah.
They'll get you up out of there for sure.
Yeah.
Like what they did to John Carter.
Yeah, but don't forget, even Mark Hamill hated what they did with Luke.
Yeah. I mean, how could you not? It was like, what the fuck are you guys doing? That was part of the thing that I think that really pissed a lot of people off. That whole like, white people are the devil. Because that was around the same time that they made Captain America a Nazi.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? It's like you don't have to tear these people. I'm like, you don't have to tear these people down just to build somebody else up. I mean, you don't build Ray up by tearing. One of the reasons that Steve even realizes that he was a poser. What? Who was a poser?
Oh,
that was just
no, that was
something in the background.
That was just something in the background. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, wait, I lost my train of thought, but it's okay.
Or Hail Hydra.
Yeah, I mean,
America.
you don't build, you don't. It's like this whole thing of building up these other characters by tearing down icons, and it's like, no, what are you doing? It's like, yeah, that's another reason to hate those movies. But
and we always go back to it because how awesome Andor is. Like, this is why this is so good. It makes me forget about this stuff, but I have to bring it up.
It really does. I mean, you can't really. I mean, I don't have I think the few things that I felt, I had a few criticisms about Andor, but that was
the ending. You didn't like the ending.
Well, I mean, there was a few things here or there that I didn't like, that I felt like emotionally, was like but but I'm not talking about how bad the plot was. I'm not talking about how they disrespected the characters. I'm not talking about no, dude, Andor is like a celebration of Star Wars, and what it was really about.
The grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
And why you shouldn't have any hesitation whatsoever.
Yep. There you go, Jamal. There's the impact of Andor. You got it right there in a nutshell.
In a clay putty type of we're shaping it.
Andor is a celebration of Star Wars. There you go. That's the soundbite.
There you go.
And it's the most ironic achievement of all. Like, if you're not, if you don't like it, it's too realistic. You don't like it because the main character is not Han Solo or Luke Skywalker or even Princess Leia. There's something about it though, and the timing of it with the main character being, his actual background being Mexican, like working almost in a migrant type of setting as well. There's many things where they kind of slip in.
Well, it's always the Mexicans behind the scenes making things happen.
Amen to that.
Yep. That's exactly what this movie. That's what this movie is all about. That's what this show is all about.
We get shit done.
Yep.
And that's those are some of my favorite moments in the show where Diego Luna even drops the Andor character. He kind of acts like his own, kind of like his own things. Like, what do you mean? Kind of like he's trying to defend himself at times. It's so cute, but it's also you can tell when a actor like him is impacted to the core with this character. He just naturally evolves with the character, and that's and then that's why I'm afraid of with the panel, me being overglazing, give me seconds, give me thirds of Andor.
Yeah, we're
doing the panel on Andor. You're supposed to glaze.
Well, glaze, but at least kind of
supposed to.
What's that character in Futurama?
He's saying he doesn't want to be drooling all over everybody.
He and this bot. Look, he's eating grapes with his shiny cold body. Okay. Give me more Andor.
What Jack's gonna? Well, I feel Jack's gonna walk up on the stage and say, "Oh, you didn't like Andor? Oh, fuck you!" And
get out
of
my auditorium.
Yeah, pretty much. He's gonna flip the table and be like, "Nah." And he's just gonna start fighting. It's gonna be a battle royale between Jack and everybody that doesn't like Andor.
It makes me think. Can I think of one singular thing that I did not like about the show? The characters, even the bad ones, even the ones you don't care for that much, still have a thing. Everything counts. Maybe the only nitpick thing is I was hoping for what's his name's character in the first season to make maybe a comeback, The one Gollum, the guy actor who played Gollum.
Oh yeah.
Like, what was his closure? Did he survive? But
he died.
Well, yeah, it leaves up to interpretation. They did it perfectly, just perfect. But me being like, oh, I want him to survive. He was the last one that changed the tide and he helped out Andor with the escape. But it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Even though he didn't know how to swim, he did it.
That was such a good arc. That was a really good arc. That was a really, really strong arc.
Like I'm reaching for like the things that I'm critical of the show. Quote unquote pacing, because there's moments where you don't want it to end. To dialogue, of course, it's 95% dialogue. Like even like for Whitaker's character, he had some really good speeches, but they came out of nowhere. So that kind of became a trend, even with Luthien.
Yeah, but he was huffing drugs.
That's it, and you're supposed to overlook that.
Look,
that explains a lot.
You see, that's you got the juxtaposition between like him huffing drugs and his drug addiction and Bix's.
Yeah.
Like one breaks her down and the other fuels it.
Yes. And it, almost like a welcome
too.
Yeah. So
I feel like if I had to put any kind of complaint, is that there were a couple points where they were juggling like 4 different storylines.
Yes.
And I was just starting to get lost in the sauce. Like, wait, what's going on? Who's doing what? Oh, what's the deal with this? And then I kind of needed the next episode's recap just to kind of remind myself. Okay, that's what they meant about that. Like, but like, and that's because each episode's kind of really dense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were long too. So.
That's the thing. That's what I kind of mean. Like, you don't know exactly if it's going to be crisp or kind of longer than it should be. There's that middle ground too. Like the difference between Andor and Ahsoka. Ahsoka really 10 times worse in that pacing regard. Like, I'm not sure what's going to happen in the next scene, kind of thing.
Yeah, they would have some episodes that were like an hour.
Yeah.
25 minutes.
Yeah.
And then the next one would be like 43 minutes. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How would you even? I'm like, oh boy. But I guess we're trying to figure out. It was Rosario Dawson.
Oh, she tries.
And that was kind of the. It's like everybody when they saw Ahsoka, they're like Rosario Dawson.
A what?
Perfect. Rosario Dawson was perfect for the role. Like,
yeah,
even everybody when they first saw that character was like Rosario Dawson. Period. Like everybody saw it, so it's like you had a layup right
there. Yeah.
And you missed the rim.
We'll see with season 2, hopefully.
I don't think Ahsoka was bad.
C+, B-.
Yeah.
Just there.
I thought it was just boring and like how I am. If you don't keep me entertained, like what's her name? Mary Elizabeth Winstead.
Her character.
Yeah. The other girl. Little princess.
Yeah. I don't think that I liked her arcs. I liked her scenes better than I liked Rosario Dawson's scenes.
That's what I mean. That's why
they gave her more to work with.
They did.
That's why I said it was Ewan McGregor's wife and daughter's show.
Yeah, because I feel like when we talked about it, we all said they didn't give Rosario Dawson.
No, they didn't give her enough to do. But even with Mary Elizabeth Winstead, they didn't give her much to do either. and she acts the same way she did in
Scott Pilgrim.
No, not Scott Pilgrim. What's that? Harley Quinn.
Yeah, the Birds of Prey. Yeah, she's in that
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, she
With
comes
Ewan
across,
McGregor.
Birds of Prey.
yeah, she comes across a little bit as a a little robotic in Ahsoka, and I'm like,
gonna be me being really mean to an actor for
nobody really shines in that show. The one I think who was having the most fun was the kid playing Ezra.
Right.
Oddly enough, I thought everybody else was like in pain making this show. Because nobody seems to be having any kind of fun making this thing. But he did,
Yeah.
and I see why. He was doing all kinds of shit. He gets to be Space Jesus.
Space Jesus.
Yeah,
That's my argument.
Way more than he looked the part way more than Timothée Chalamet.
No. Timothée Chalamet.
I knew he was going to say that.
Oh my god.
You gotta thank Derek for that.
Oh my god.
You have to do that. You have to do it to him next time you see him. Timothée Chalamet.
Yeah. He's gonna start like
Timothée Chalamet. Great, I'm gonna start saying it like that. My sister's gonna get pissed.
Oh man. My poor Star Wars.
You just have to treat it like Harrison Ford. Like, where's my money?
If they paid me.
You know what? Harrison Ford says, you know what? There's not enough money in the world. Just kill me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Pretty much.
Who asked to get killed off of Star Wars?
Alec Guinness. That's why he was a Force Ghost in 2 of the movies.
do you know how many people would kill for a legacy job like that? I could eat off that for the rest of my life.
Not
and you're
John
just
Boyega.
You're like, you know what? I hate this. I don't want money. I want out.
I'm sorry, did you just say Lando Calrissian?
No.
John Bodega. Well,
oh,
yeah.
He's doing everything.
Yeah, John Bodega.
Himself.
Yeah,
he'd probably want his character killed off at this point because he'd be like, "What's the fucking point? What are you guys gonna do?"
I think he said in an interview he will never do another Star Wars thing ever again.
Oh yeah, he did. That was a big thing.
He got
hosed. He got hosed.
He got blistered, and they didn't do his. Like I said, I only saw The Force Awakens, and like they gave you a little glimmer of hope in that, and then like just hearing what they did with this character in the next 2 movies, I'm like, I'd be mad.
Yeah,
they just did.
I was gonna say that he got Jar Jarred, but he didn't get Jar Jarred.
Nah,
just the poor little Asian lady got Jar Jarred.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he got like squished.
Yeah,
he like character progression to impact to just okay. We hint at you and Ray kind of have a thing, but nah, the real thing is Kylo Ren. Sorry.
They said, you know what? We could do a lot. We could force a lot of things in here. But there's no way we could have this black man with this one. No, we could do a lot, but we're not going to cross that line. No way. No way.
Well, it was
That's
like it's like 1980s, man. I'm like, what the fuck kind of shit world are we living in where they're going to treat an African American actor like we're in the 1980s? I'm like, what? Like, okay, so here's a little bit of Hollywood history. So Beverly Hills Cop, Sylvester Stallone was walking around with that script for a long time. He was going to do that. It eventually ended up becoming Cobra, right? So his version of the film is called Cobra. Eddie Murphy's version of the film is Beverly Hills Cop. You don't touch that white woman. You don't kiss that white woman. Nothing. They're friends. And you're telling me that when The Force Awakens came out, like this chick is snapping on him because he's holding her hand, and they're gonna be friends. And I'm like,
but Kylo Ren,
yeah, that makes sense.
tries to kill her.
Yeah,
it's like no, I gotta be with him.
And Martin's immaculate reaction after the last movie.
God damn it!
no, you said fuck you.
Oh yeah, I did say fuck you, right?
Fuck you.
I screamed fuck you at the screen. Yeah.
And the entire audience laughed.
I appreciated that.
The entire audience laughed because
I wish I was there. Moment number one.
I do too.
Fuck you.
I hear that story at least once a year.
I love that. I love that too much.
It was fucking epic. Because he called them out for their bullshit right there in the theater on opening night.
Yeah, it was opening night.
He called them out on their bullshit, and we were all sitting there thinking the same thing because the audience laughed, and it was, I wanted to say that it was a disservice to young women to have but then I read this this Fourth Wing, and apparently that's what they like.
Yeah,
they like those kind of storylines. They like that
the bad boy.
Yeah, the guy he's so damaged by his past.
Twilight bullshit.
Well, Twilight, no, that dude's like a kitten compared to these other motherfuckers.
Yeah, these other dudes it's like it's that thing.
Kylo Ren,
he's
one of the most offensive ones too, because he really goes after this girl. Like, lady, you're lucky you're not dead.
Yeah.
Some people, especially women that are, they would take that as the same. It's the same emotion. It's like an intense emotion. So it's like he feels that passion about me to kill me. He must really love me.
Yeah.
Like I see that and I'm like, dang, that's a damn confused woman. But we're gonna promote that.
Yeah, that's what they did.
Yeah, we'll promote that, but we won't promote her being with this guy that tried to save her.
No, because he's a black guy.
That's going too far.
And it's like Disney. You're promoting your own, like you're limiting your own story. You're kowtowing before there's even any necessity to kowtow. I'm like, no, you push the boundaries. You don't and that's the thing. Like, instead of doing it organically, they've had to fucking shoehorn it into the last one with the lesbian hug and everything. It's like, so you're telling me, like, whenever the fuck this movie was released, 2020 whatever, or 19 or 20, the tweens.
Yeah, it was before COVID.
Yeah, so it was in the tweens. So this movie's released in the tweens, and you're telling me that 20 to 30 years from the 80s, like a black woman and a black man and a white woman still can't hook up in a movie? Like, is that what you're telling me? Not that it was important to the plot in any way, shape, or form, right, but the choices that you made, it's like, and I hate that. I hate that in female movies where it becomes like, they'll be like, oh, who's she gonna end up with? Like, who the fuck cares? It was like with Katniss. I'm like, Katniss didn't give a fuck who she ended up with. She just wanted to save the fucking world for her sister.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Give a shit about Dale or
Dale
Rock Boy.
Yeah, Bread Boy.
Bread Boy. Even better.
She didn't give a shit.
Yeah, she had bigger problems to deal with at the time.
She had to put food on the table.
There's nothing wrong with her. There's nothing wrong with a woman pushing that stuff aside and being like, I ain't got time for any. But it's when you push aside the guy that's like, everybody's like, all right, I can see it. And then you go for the one that's just like,
well, see, that's what I'm talking about is like what
it's
develops
the
after a certain amount of time.
yeah,
Like in in Katniss's case, that's part of the actual. It's part of the plot. It's part of
right.
it's part of like what's happening in
It's
her life.
baked into the
Right, it's baked in. In The Force Awakens, I mean, man, you don't get like there ain't nothing baked in there because there's nothing.
nothing. It's
There's
nothing.
it's empty. It's so devoid of anything. It's just a rehash of the original movies without anything. There's no chemistry. There's no like. I mean, she's like, she could be like, "Oh, hi Finn, you're there still." Oh, okay.
Rian Johnson literally like separated.
I need to go to another planet and find Luke Skywalker so that I can talk remotely to Kylo Ren because fucking shit. All right, I'm done.
All I want to say about that is I wouldn't have said "fuck you" to that scene in particular if I didn't care.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
if I didn't care, like if I didn't care, it wouldn't have elicited such a visceral response from me. But like that was such a problematic
Yeah.
way
In
of
every
handling
way.
that entire plot line.
Yeah.
I had to get.
That's not Star Wars.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
not.
Star Wars. That's like I said, that's something that belongs in a young adult novel, and not in a bad way. I think that the messages that they were sending are terrible, but I mean, they love to do like there's you about that serial killer who like serial killer stalker whatever guy who's like whatever like oh he's good for her like what the fuck are you talking about um, but it's like that's not Star Wars. I'm like, that's some like I don't know, that's some shit for like I mean maybe it was. Maybe that's what they wanted Star Wars to be because that's some stuff for like a 12 to 14-year-old girl. I mean, I guess.
Yeah, I mean it seemed like it was clearly
It was what?
it seems like it was clearly intended for a younger audience. Like they were definitely trying to get to a younger demographic with it.
Well, I mean, they were still talking to the people who maybe they were attracting, younger people with the first movie, and then as they grew, they grew up with the character of Rey, so they're following her footsteps and growing into like, as a young woman, this is the choices that Rey makes, and I felt that like, well, this is not good, but you got to let people watch what they want to watch, and if they like this kind of thing, then they like this kind of thing. I mean, I can't say, oh, you can't like that. I mean, if they like it, they like it. Do I think that the messaging was good? No, I don't think that the messaging was good.
I'm optimistic. I think newer fans will figure out those flaws much more clearer than the prequels because prequels were treated like a meme. I don't think the new trilogy is going to be even remotely be a meme. It's that much of a forgettable fucking 3-movie run. So
no, I think that these kids. No, I think that I think as they start to do the anniversary runs, like 10 years since this movie, 10 years since The Force Awakens or whatever, or 15, 20 years.
Is this year?
This year? Yeah. So yeah, you might.
I remember.
I mean, Disney might. I think Disney would be doing a disservice to themselves by burying them. Yeah, I mean,
Disney has an interesting history of opening up the vaults and closing the vault like they did with Black Cauldron.
Well, I don't think that I think that this is like part of like the actors too, where like Disney is kind of like, can we pretend that this never happened?
Yeah.
Like I think there's to a certain extent they're like, we need guys. Can we pretend that this never happened? Because like, man, this fucking sucks.
Because Mando, there's Andor, like at least that.
Well, Mando's the direction they decided to go in with the movies, because I think that the Rey movie isn't gonna ever happen now.
Sadly.
No, I don't see it happening.
Damn.
Yeah.
I don't see it happening. Because it's like you said, like people at every level kind of distance themselves from the movie. The fans have, the actors have, the directors have. Like it just seems like everybody is kind of in agreement that that run was just
Yeah.
They really don't set anything in that time period either. Everything's either set between episodes 3 and 4 or just after episode 6. They don't go that far into the future anymore.
No, because they would have to touch on those characters, and I think like we've all agreed, I think they're kind of like hoping that they disappear, but I think that's Disney's. I don't think that's smart on Disney's part, because like I said, if you act like they never happened, people will forget about them, and there's people who grew up like like Martin said, like that first movie was geared toward kids. And so if you don't embrace that, like you got to embrace your good kids and your bad kids, because they're all your kids. And like there are things that I don't like and I never liked and I will never like, but people grew up with them. They were born with them, they grew up with them, they love them. I can't, I can think of objective ways, to say that they're wrong, maybe, but if they like them, they like them. And if they watch The Force Awakens and they love The Force Awakens and it's part of nostalgia, it's part of their childhood, it's part of what they grew up with, then let them have it. Don't take that away from them, and you have, just like people are, like Jack said, there's a resurgence with the prequels. People will grow up with those. They love those movies.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have my criticisms. Like I grew to love them as, time went on. Like The Phantom Menace is a great movie. No. Attack of the Clones is a great movie. No. I like Attack of the Clones better than some of the other ones.
Yeah, and Revenge of the Sith is like that weird, like it's good, but it's not like extraordinary good, but something. It's interesting.
Well, I think that Revenge of the Sith finally delivered on the prequels.
Yeah,
the whole prequel idea. Like this is what we would wait. These were the things that we were waiting for. The rise of the Emperor, the rift between Obi-Wan and Anakin, Vader becoming Vader, the Death Star. These were all things that we were, that we had been waiting like forever for. So I think that one was like, but the other ones, while they're not objectively, they're not great. They're good movies, but they're not great. But people love them. People who grew up watching them, they love them. And so, like, you have these anniversaries for them. If they don't do that for The Force Awakens and the other movies, those movies are going to disappear into obscurity. Well, maybe not, but like, I think that like that's a mistake for them to do it.
Do you think there's a possibility that they like pull a DC and just say, you know what, we need to reboot this whole thing?
Oh God!
Let
James Gunn. Well, let's bring James Gunn into Star Wars universe.
Let Filoni have it and see what he does with that.
I mean, I don't think that I think that the Force Awakens happens far enough in the future where they could just totally fucking ignore it. Just ignore it. I mean, they could do another trilogy that happens before, with other stuff. They could
Luke, kind of like what they did with Solo, something with Luke, maybe.
Like we don't talk about Solo. No, we don't talk about Solo.
Solo.
We don't talk about Solo.
Don't mind the secret ending with Darth Maul and Solo.
Yeah, that was so out of.
don't forget about the Darth Maul series.
Oh my god.
They're going to come out with more movies.
They will. That's the thing.
It's just interesting to see how they go about it.
Yeah, I just want to see how they handle it.
Yeah, but like how you said, no more Andor. Like we won't see another Andor from this point forward. But it's hard to ignore the notion of how good Star Wars can be, and just thinking outside the box. Mando technically thought outside the box. Technically, Star Wars Visions out of the box. Maybe it'll be like a hybrid Japanese version, like straight up. Well, they were in talks with one of the Star Wars Visions for their own anime, if I remember.
Yeah, I think it was the one with the siblings.
Which one?
I think it was the one with the siblings.
Siblings, okay. Trigger.
Yeah.
Made by Trigger.
Yeah. I think that was the one.
I wanted the one with the village. That one was pretty damn cool.
With the samurai?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a good one.
With Sagiri. That's the voice of Sagiri and Reptilia.
Check. Yeah. It'll be because didn't or was that Marvel where they said they were kind of moving away from doing like the Disney Plus series?
Yeah, they're gonna decrease the amount of product that they're making.
But
because I think they felt like they oversaturated it,
Yeah.
and that the product suffered because of it. Like even
Loki.
that one guy. What's that guy's name? Fergie said that the Thunderbolts underperformed, and he blamed what he said was I don't know if he said shitty for sure, but I think he said something along those lines. That it was that Thunderbolts underperformed because
I completely forgot I forgot that movie existed. Oh my god.
See, he said he blamed the Disney shows for its failure.
Really?
And I'm like, no, it wasn't the Disney show's fault, because the Thunderbolts, if the Avengers were the B team to the X-Men, and the Fantastic Four, where you're like, how many teams down is the Thunderbolts really? Like, who needed this?
C teams is generous.
Because remember,
very generous.
Because they did the Eternals too.
Yes.
So we're looking at the Avengers, X-Men, Fantastic Four, the Eternals, and now you're coming to the Thunderbolts.
Yep.
With characters from other things that underperformed, like Black Widow.
I forgot I watched the new Captain America Brave New World.
That was good too. That was a good movie.
I just watched that recently. Movie. It was good. I like it.
So sorry to be late.
Hey, Alberto.
No. No, you can't. Look, man.
You don't want me here, Edwin? I can go.
I know that we're both Puerto Rican and we both show up late to the party. But damn, bro.
In time. That's kind of like in time, like in time. Everybody is worried.
It's because I mentioned that Reptilia.
3 hours, bro? 3 hours? Damn, this is your party too.
This is when it get real. It's when it gets good,
We started talking about the MCU at this point.
Yeah.
Yep.
Was Guardians of the Galaxy 3 any good?
Yes, it was great.
Yeah, wow.
Guardians 3 was great.
I pretty much checked out of the MCU after Endgame.
I'm in that boat because I haven't seen one Marvel movie this past year.
I've seen some stuff. Like I watched Doctor Strange 2. obviously I watched Loki and WandaVision to watch that.
Mhm.
And you know, I watched like this and that here and there, but there's a ton of stuff I just never bothered watching.
Guardians 3 is definitely worth
It's good. It's good.
And I'm not a James Gunn fan. He annoys the heck out of me. It's his style. His style is just very formulaic.
Yeah.
But Guardians 3 is tremendous. It's one of the best things.
Yeah, they're saying that's the best.
It's in my
one of
it's in
phase
my
five.
top 5. It's definitely
Yeah.
in my 5.
Yeah, and it's the best conclusion. Like, kind of like Rarity, like Return of the Jedi is kind of like the unanimous, like, great closing movie of a trilogy. But no, this is like the best one of the bunch. Like, it's better than the first two.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Not only is it better than the first two, I think it's better than a lot of the Marvel movies that have come before it and since.
Yeah. Like I said, it's in my top 5. And I don't think Star-Lord is a strong main. So I think it's in 5.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Star-Lord? No. Yeah. Well, he's not really.
Only if you play Marvel Rivals is.
Yeah.
I knew that.
Broken in the game.
Team
I
Jet.
watch people play it more than I actually play it.
Yeah, same.
It's a
My
good
favorite
game.
cosplayer.
Good
plays
game. Definitely has what it takes to dethrone Overwatch.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Marvel Rivals? Oh yeah.
he's throwing an Overwatch. You know, that's probably because people are still mad about Overwatch. How they got rid of
Most
Overwatch.
likely, but the game itself is just it's very user friendly. It has every character has his own ability. It's not like everybody's doing their own thing. And it's people can play it. And it can be
The builds are great. There's a lot of great team ups.
skins are coming, and people are enjoying the skins, especially with the females. They're gooning about some of them too.
Well,
I was Team Silex since day one, since Children of Atom, baby.
Look, they
the
show it
problem
too.
with
They did an interview with the new Fantastic Four cast, right? And they showed the guys basically, Marvel Rivals and some of the skins in it, and even Pedro Pascual and the other actors they were gooning some of the skins. I was like, oh shit! For
the problem with Overwatch is that it optimized the fun out of itself.
Yeah.
Like, and that's why like a bunch of people have been asking the Marvel Rivals developers like, oh, are you gonna do this? Are you gonna do that? Like, are you gonna lock the roles for ranked? And they're like, no, we're never gonna lock the roles. And they're saying that because that's one of the ways Overwatch famously optimized the fun out of itself.
Yeah, they just set themselves for failure.
Yeah.
If you have a fan base and the fan base is asking you for something and you don't do that, that means that you really don't care about the fan base. The fan base puts you out there, but now that you're getting money, it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah,
Which basically kills most games, let me tell you.
And when the fans tell you this is bad, don't do it, and then you double down on it, it's even worse.
Oh, don't
we don't like this. Double down. We're gonna double down on it. You're gonna like it anyway. You're gonna like it.
Yeah.
You're gonna like it.
All right, so sorry to earn a little join a little bit late. What would you guys what do we have so far for Andor?
Like the big topics.
Okay. So the big topics that we came up with.
And give me 1 second. Let me pull up my Microsoft Word.
Yeah. And if you have any
from now to
if you have any suggestions or things about or whatever, feel free to throw it out there.
Okay.
So again, we have 45 minutes. That's 45 it. Minutes. So we gotta try to hit our time cues. Like I said, I'm a very, very, very casual Star Wars fan. You guys are the experts, so I'm gonna kind of appeal to you guys more. I'll kind of I'll focus more on watching the times and throwing the topics out. I might throw my opinion. I really want to give the shine to you guys.
So let me ask you this, man, real quick. What so should we base the thing in? Should we make it as like me? Someone asks the questions and then we replies to it, or would it be more like a conversation type situation? If I'm being honest, as a conversation, I think it's better than just simply just asking questions. And when it comes
we
to
were
Andor,
leaning towards conversation, yeah.
Yeah, we're really towards conversation. So we're just having. So what we came up with, like, so it's the impact of Andor is the topic. So what I wrote down was one of them is the impact of timing, because there was a lot of talk about the timing of the show and how big of an impact it had. So in regards to timing, we talked about the pacing of the show. Jack mentioned like the political climate and how it applies to today. I brought up like the release schedule and how they released it in three episode arcs and batches like that. Um, Edwin mentioned about the amount of time and research that the writer put in it. So just about the timing and how big of an impact timing had on the show. The impact of characters. So just the different characters in the show and the relationships and the impacts that they had. Like Mark brought up, Dedra and Cyril's relationship and how it juxtaposed Cassian and Luther. And we just had other talks of the impacts of the characters at the
where Star Wars is going to be from, like, is it going to be different? Is Star Wars like universe going to be different after Andor? Is it going to be like kind of like running numbers the same, especially with Disney's more and more increasing power with streaming and stuff like that?
So yeah, next one was impact of Andor on Star Wars television. So what impact does Andor have on Star Wars? What impact will it have on television moving forward? Will people start to release things the way they did? Will they change the way they write? Will the awards that they garner have an impact on how Disney moves? Will it impact the Star Wars movie universe for Disney? That's and then another question is why have Star Wars fans avoided Andor?
Why have Star Wars fans what?
Avoided Andor.
Or hesitated.
So,
or not.
or hesitated, like you, for example. Like it took you a while to get into it. And it's like, we have passionate Star Wars fans that for whatever reason they haven't watched it, or they got into it late.
Yeah.
They hesitated to watch it. Like
it's praises,
even though even though it's getting all of this praise, like why aren't the fans embracing it in that way?
Do we have numbers when it comes to Andor and how good or bad did?
Well,
I mean, Disney it's very critically acclaimed.
Yeah.
And I think that the numbers on Disney did well, but it's just like generally in conversation with different Star Wars fans, like I've ran into a number of them that I had to tell, hey, you should watch Andor, and I'm a casual. Like Edwin, my aunt. I'm not sure. I have to ask her if she watched it. because up until like a month ago, she still hadn't seen it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and you know, Edwin and my aunt when they've had Star Wars talks for years. So for her to not watch it for me was like, okay. And then when I talked to you, Alfredo, and it was like, you haven't seen it? And then when you finally watched it, like you burned through it, it's just like these are some of the biggest Star Wars fans that I know. Why aren't they watching this show?
Yeah, and Edwin.
Like, what was it?
And Edwin mentioned that like technically it's a celebration of Star Wars. Like this is like a better homage than the new trilogy. Technically, like that type of connection too. And we're going to avoid as best we can bashing the new trilogy. We just did it for an hour, so
Well, let's ask
this
question.
I think before Edwin continues, because I know Edwin was going to go into a deeper hole of
precisely.
I think Jamal should start with all these questions. Jamal, I think you should be the authority part of the panel, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
We are basically the people who kind of knows a little bit more about it. But I like the way that you explain how Andor goes from point A to point B, and then eventually to point C, and then from there we can build a conversation and then you can include all these questions into one big. Let's have one big conversation on it. Because I already have something in mind, but before I even talk, I want to hear Edwin's points of view first and see if I disagree. Because usually we kind of agree on the same things.
Yeah.
And then of course Joseph.
Martin, Jack, all you guys, they're all you
and
all
see
are
where we at. Because all these questions I can relate to a lot of stuff that is happening right now. I can talk about political stuff. Then back then in the 80s when we started Star Wars, and now, and something that I always tell people, Star Wars will remain very political acclaimed. People don't believe it. People want to know that's just future stuff. That's just something to contain. But it's never like that. I mean, people don't like that. And I don't know if you guys said in the news, but Gina Carano and Star Wars got into a middle point where they say, I'm not gonna make I'm wrong, but I'm not gonna say I also, you was right, but here's some money and let's see if we can work something together.
Yeah.
So, which is very interesting because if you go to people will say, "Oh, she was wrong. She did this and that," And I firmly believe that whatever you believe in person in your real life should actually reflect how you are in your personal life and in your life as a person itself, right? But when you go above a certain line, like you is you and your family is you, and although you can say you disagree about certain things, saying it in a way that makes you look evil is like, well, we don't want you here. We don't want to see that. That's what get her where she at, right? If I'm being honest, I don't agree with her with most of the stuff that she said, but I'm excited to see her back in Star Wars cinematic view. I think she's a great actress, and what she brought to The Mandalorian was good.
She was okay. She was more unserviceable. Like
going back to Andor, I think that Jamal should introduce us, and then we'll continue from there.
That's kind of how we did it, and I just kind of formulated this just based off of the conversations that we had, and I just kind of found the central themes that were discussed and just kind of packaged it nicely.
Yeah,
but it's just been a very conversational conversation.
Awesome.
Like we're just throwing it out there. And
one thing on your questions that you might want to do for the end.
Put it on there.
Last episode of second season was very emotional. Her walking with the baby or his baby.
Okay. Yeah, you have a talk with Edwin about this right now. You talk to Edwin about this right now.
Everyone's not a fan of the ending. I'm a fan of the ending.
Edwin gave us about
knowing
15
what's
minutes.
happening on Rogue One, and then he, you and me are our fathers. We got kids, and then the possibility of us happening something and we're not gonna enjoy our kids for the rest of our lives. It's just it's sentimental, you know what I mean? And then the way that they picture it, it was she walked into these golden fields, and there's two different religions basically. You got the Greek religion about the golden fields. You have the Christianity religion talking about golden streets and fields.
Yeah,
It just
baby
makes
Moses moment.
like when you can enjoy yourself in the afterlife, but knowing that he's not gonna have that, it's just I think it's just it blew my mind. It made me sentimental. I almost cried.
It
I
made
watched
me
it with
think.
my wife, and she was like, are you about to cry? What's going on here?"
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
just
It's a similar ending
emotional.
to Empire Strikes Back and the first movie, like that wide shot of the characters just looking forward in the first movie, and then Empire Strikes Back, they're looking out in space, like what is out there, the mystery. And then with her, she's looking at a different angle, like the side with her baby, like she's thinking about her future. We're looking at her future.
Well, you want to cry because this isn't a win for anybody.
No, it's not.
None of this feels like a victory for these people. They don't get to see that part. You know, not the way that we do at the end of Empire or Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, that as well.
When Andor is ending, we're seeing like this is the cost and the totality of everything that's gotten these people to this point. And that's one of the things I think that like you're mourning, you're mourning the loss of like, like everything that has come before. And then now that, Andor won't be a part of it. Like, that's, yeah.
He had to give that up. Or like you said, Edwin, he didn't know that she had the baby.
No, remember, because he said to the other girl, it's like, she been asking for you, and it's been a while. You guys haven't seen her for like a year, and he says like, well, I do miss her, but where everything is going on, I can't put her in danger no more. Maybe after all of this happens, I'll go back to her, and then we have that so needed conversation. Little did he know that was his last opportunity to change his mind and
it
be
took for her to leave.
Yeah, and be happy
for him to understand that like she's never going to be safe.
Correct, but at the same time, multiple times he actually told her like, let's leave this, let's just
but
what she was about, it's all about the cause. We gotta do this because we're never gonna be free. But then
she felt like he had a destiny, like like when that Force lady like touched him, Bix is like, oh, he's got a destiny. If I stay here, he's just gonna be happy and he's gonna be okay and he's not gonna follow his destiny. But I'll tell you that scene with the baby, that's ReZero, bro. That's some ReZero nonsense. That is meant to gut us.
Okay, speaking of trauma,
I haven't seen ReZero, but I've seen some stuff around. But
it is unnecessary and it is unearned and it is just there to gut you, to take a knife to your soul and say like, this is what Andor's losing. This is his sacrifice, and he doesn't even know.
Yeah, but
you.
It makes sense because as someone who basically he was technically indoctrinated since he was a kid into this type of fight from basically the Republic as up to where he basically became a spy, and then eventually he decided, oh, this is what I want to do with the rest of my life. It was kind of an indoctrination. He had no business. It's just he was technically kidnapped. That's the real truth from the beginning. But that was his life. And then one of the things that we never get to see is no matter what he tries to get his life in order, he never can. It's just what the Force wants him to use him to basically balance itself. That's the real truth. He is literally moments away from getting caught, moments away from being killed. he literally gets put in the system, and they never found him somewhere. As you know, it's always in that smokes of what the Force wanted to do. And it reminds me of that part of Yoda when it says when the dark side is clouding the future, he's not part of the dark side, but the Force is using him as clouding what's going to happen next. You know what I mean? Because no matter where he's at, like on vacation, gets arrested, goes to jail for a year or two. It's like his luck definitely is not there, but at the same time, it's like, man, what's going on with this guy, you know? But at the same time, he was so pivotal in what's happening that make him in canon during this whole multiple years of these 2 seasons was very fulfilling. And like you said, the scene is there to gut you, but at the same time, I think Andor had the opportunity and to build, the seasons, and the series had an opportunity to build itself with us. Like I said, this is the guy that we want when something's going down. Something who is willing to get that extra mile. And he had friends, and he had other friends that
he had friends everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere.
I have friends everywhere.
That's that phrase that we love, right? But not only that, but even his personal friends that were close to, right, end up getting killed because they also were trying to get that ahead on life, get that life of love, getting separate from the empire and all that stuff, and being the empire inherently evil. You can also see from the perspective of the ISB and even the Moths, how they didn't have anything really straight up. It was just projects, and what the emperor really wanted to, and seeing how that demoralized basically the people, and even the people that were actually pro empire, because Gorman was at one point pro empire, and what ended up being enslaved into a battle, war, and all that stuff. Even Mama, when you see her going through all this stuff, it's like even the rich girl got her own thing of, well, I'm not rich no more. I got to deal with this stuff. And seeing her going through the motions was really very fulfilling for Star Wars. For us as Star Wars fans, putting all that into motion, because when you kind of like goes into the originals, they take her and then suddenly she appears and she's in a high level, but you really don't understand. Okay, so where's this lady come from? But now seeing how, and then as we grew up, we kind of go into the comics and we read more into all that stuff. But seeing it on the TV makes give people more perspective as to this is not just a little bit; it's just a big.
Yeah.
Andor is a master class in character arc and development.
Yeah.
It is.
When you watch the last of the sequels, they have this is the lady from Jurassic Park? She gets a role.
Oh, Laura Dern, yeah. I hated it. That's my least favorite thing about that fucking movie. Oh, I fucking hate it. Don't remind me.
She's kind of a stand-in for Mothma.
I hated that part. I hated that part so much.
Yeah, and it doesn't earn anything. But Andor earns, like Mothma earns that role. Like when she's like, if you go back now and you watch
Rogue One,
The Empire Strikes Back, or Rogue One, and then The Empire Strikes Back later on, or not Return of the Jedi, you're like, now Mothma's an entirely character for you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, each arc too, I would argue too.
Like Al said, it's like, she's a different character now, but that's what Andor does with its characters.
Yeah,
like them.
In the as well, bro. Like in the original trilogy, it's fun to watch Darth Vader. It's fun to see those even when he was choking out a subordinate. It's evil as fuck, and then sure enough, blowing up a whole planet, evil as fuck. There's something cool about him. There's that fantasy aspect of you want to defeat the guy, but man, he's a bad villain. That type of thrill. And
it's hilarious that in Andor, all Krennic had to do was put his finger on Dedra's head.
Yes.
It's
even more cynical.
Yeah.
It's even more dark.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That's what I was trying to lead towards.
You are fucked, Dedra.
And
that's just that small little gesture.
That whole thing was but I at some point when I was watching, I was like, did they really scripted this, because it looked like it was just the actor. The actor just went to her and then just put her fucking finger in. It's like she wasn't expecting it, because even she as an actor was like, "Wait, what? What's happening?"
Yeah, and that's why
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if he added it.
Yeah,
but it added such brevity to that scene, because, like Edwin said, when you do the storytelling that Andor does, something like that, like, you don't have to do all the gruesome stuff that they do on TV. The illusion of that was you knew.
Yeah, even her ending, even her final shot, like that scream, that primal scream at the end, trapped in a cell. And
that's a great character development with her, with Dedra. It was just, people don't see it as a downfall, but it's a character development. How she was just a high-end officer going through the motions of, I just want to be more high up, and then she not knowing what that entitles, and then eventually she basically failed successfully completely. Like there's no redemption arc for her. There's no going back. There's no a second chance. It's either you are a winner here or you're not nobody at all.
Agreed.
She was a spider trying to run with wolves.
Yes.
And that's a good way to say it.
And she
given Gorman.
Yep, they chewed her up.
Yeah.
Krennic was like, "Who do you think you are? You're a little spider who's got your little fingers, like got your little webs into everything. And this is wolves. You guys are just spiders trying to run with these wolves, and these wolves are going to eat everything."
Yeah.
You know, and that's what happened to her. She got eaten up because she thought that, like,
she was bigger than the picture. Nope.
Yeah. Well, she thought that she could. Yeah.
It was a colossal failure.
She thought that she was important enough to know everything. And Krennic was like, "No, know your place.
Know your place." Look, at the end of the day, she was a woman, and she wanted to prove that she could be just like. And they were never going to let you. They were never going to let you into that. And no matter how hard she tried, it's the people like that are the most dangerous, because they have to do the most. They have the most. They'll do the most ruthless, the most dirty, the most downright things. Like, this lady's tearing down planets to find him. She is stripping. She's, because if she gets him, she landed the big. And it just, whew, it just didn't work out for me.
All right, you're showing that scene. This is the future of streaming.
So emotional. It's so.
Or if they're showing it, because of share time, they probably won't show it. They're blocking that out.
Well, yeah, because you're going to record.
Yeah,
you could do.
This is recording.
Yeah, you could
record it and then
upload it, and
and we haven't even touched like the aspect of the science of the show.
I gotta say, this whole episode itself, that last episode, it was emotional itself, but they putting you this at the end of the episode, and you knowing that you're not gonna see no more Andor, just go back to Rogue One and finish that. It was just so fucking.
I have to go get some food because I'm starving.
Yeah, I'm almost heading hay too.
So if you guys are still around when I get back, I'll continue hanging out. But otherwise, I'll see you later.
All right.
Bye.
Like that's the fascinating thing about the villain side. That's what I was trying to get back to. Like, it's fun with the original trilogy and the prequels, of course, with Palpatine. But with this one, you're almost like in the room with them. You're like, okay, nobody's listening to us at all about this, secret, secret chess piece that's fucking everything up. Like, something about this is we shouldn't overlook. That, which bleeds into the bureaucracy, like the super detailed things that the government does to fix things and to keep things in control. there's too much room for error for something that could be solved. It's that instance, first show I ever had with that instance where the villains, where I ultimately, am in the room with them, not rooting for them, but like, okay, let's see we can figure it out for a split second though. It's not like I'm trying to be siding with them, but it's like a weird. That's why I always bring up the movie or the series, which is a big kindred towards Andor, the HBO show about the radioactive explosion. Chernobyl. Literally, kind of like the same thing where you can see why the government's doing these things to cover up. Like you're not rooting for it, be like, okay, that does make sense. You don't want people to panic. So there's a brilliant like, yeah, these guys are the assholes, but this is what they have to do. But we see that Breaking Bad moment where these characters go out of line, like Cyril and Daedra. So, it's beautiful. It's just goddamn beautiful.
It's not just Cyril and Daedra. I mean, it's on the other side too. Like we said, Luther. He's like, one complaint that I've always had. I will forever hate is because I need a hero that's capable of making
sacrifices. Yeah,
you got to make sacrifices. Not everybody's going to live.
As I Punisher's best.
You got to do the best you can to mitigate the damage. And Luthen, he's just like,
oh man,
this body might have to drop, but I can use this to further the cause. And in the end, that death isn't in vain. There was something better. He died furthering the cause. That's what, and Luthen even says, something to the extent later on, like, you're a hero long enough, you're going to live long enough to be a villain. And, he's had to make some awful choices. Just like his whole falling out with Cassian was like, do not go in there and do that. Don't do it. Like there's the upside there's no upside for it. And that was like the one scene in Andor where it was like, all right, we gotta give him something. We gotta give him something. Like they've been fighting hard and losing and losing and losing. We have to give them something. And so they gave him that. And it was a endearing scene, and it was good to see that Doctor get his comeuppance, right? But it's still, that was kind of like one of those. That was one of the rare like movie moments in the show, but it's like he had value for Biggs. That was his girl. She knew how to appraise the weapons and everything, and so it's like, but if you're suited up and can't focus in, I really don't have use for it. You're disposable.
Like with Luthien, they were tools and weapons, man.
Oh yeah,
they were tools and weapons. One of my favorite scenes though is when Saul Guerrero is talking to that kid.
Oh yeah, that was great.
Man, that was so good. That was such a good scene.
That was.
And it's every episode with that one scene, every episode, that one moment. Dear freaking God. Ah, man. And I can't, it's hard to choose favorites with arcs. It really is.
I mean, even going back to season 1, like Edwin, your favorite speech, like that was, that's something that carried throughout that show.
Which speech?
Luthen's speech from season 1.
Oh yeah, with the spy. Yeah.
When it was with Cassian. Yeah, it was with Cassian, because Cassian.
Oh, Cassian.
You don't give up anything. Like, what do you give? What do you sacrifice?
Yeah, that's
that wasn't with Cassian. That was with his little spy boy.
Spy boy.
Yeah. Spy boy.
Yeah. He's like, what have you given up? And that's really what the show is about.
Yeah.
what these people have given up, to get to this point.
Sacrifice, you know.
And,
Yeah.
and can it be done, in the modern Trump age? There's going to be, an interesting couple years we have to be patient for. Like, we ironically have to tune him out, but he's doing more damage regardless. It's really tough to.
No, you can't tune them out. You just have to not.
Can't tune them out. We gotta push forward.
Yeah.
Stay aware. Be aware.
Well, you have to
to.
understand that now, regardless of what's happened in the past, with presidents in the past, you have a president that financially, class-wise, presidents in the past, it just hurt. They weren't trying to create equality between the classes. They weren't. We can all agree on that.
Mm-hmm.
But we have a president now who is actively dangerous in ways that other presidents haven't been.
Yeah.
Like, this man is actively dangerous. His policy on climate change, on science and medicine, is if you don't know, it can't hurt you. Or more to the point, if you don't know, it can't hurt his poll numbers.
And that's happening right now. That's something that is slowly progressing, happening right now, and it's very, if we put this and or politically into what's happening right now, has been happening for the last 2-3 years, regardless of whatever party is in. It's like there's always smokes and screams, there's never the truth.
That's what I mean
the
with the
truth is
No,
actually be presented to you.
I have to
And
disagree with you a little bit on that. I have to disagree with you on that a little bit.
Which which is okay,
Yeah.
What I'm trying to convey is it's always motion screens with the government, regardless of which one it is. We see it more into this government right now because they took their faces off. We now seeing what they are for what they are. They don't care.
They don't have to use the smoke.
No, not anymore. They just don't care. They say, "Oh, we got the felon in place. We don't need the smokes and screens no more. People still like this guy for some reason. Let's use him and let's be as evil as possible." But the government itself has been like that. When I have to compare Star Wars to where we at, it's just, especially Andor. It's like we see us people as Andor, trying to fight, trying to be as free as possible, liberated from what really is oppressing us.
Yes.
To a government that really doesn't care about us. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's what I mean. The fight is literally right in front of you.
I'll make a quick comparison.
Go ahead.
So Reagan in the 1980s essentially started the drug war. Correct. Not fighting it. He started selling drugs to provide weapons for the Iranians and the Iran-Contra and the Iran-Contra schedule, and he hit it, and he launched a drug war. So that's the government lying to you. That's an example. But see, the thing is that during that time period, they also cured AIDS, right? Or they, eventually they found a way to cure AIDS, right?
No, there's no cure for AIDS.
But they have medicine.
They have medicine for AIDS. They have medicine for HIV.
They can
you still die.
They can manage it because they had science, right?
You can manage HIV. AIDS, right. They ain't got an answer.
Regardless of what party you were in, they believed in science. They used science to make things better. They also had weather detection so that you could survive. You could have, you could know, like, oh, this tornado's coming. We need to evacuate this and that and this, or this is happening or that's happening. You had the CDC. You had, you had all of these branches of government that were under the president, but they took care of us in one way or another, right? They weren't tampered with. There were guardrails in place to keep us safe, to let us know about diseases. to let us know about all these other things.
Yeah,
he's taking those away. He's taking things away that no one else has taken away. And he's doing it to hide things from you. Like actual science, actual global climate change, actual disasters, actual diseases. You won't know, like, if your cabbage has listeria or things like that. That's going to go away. So you're going to get sick and you're going to die.
And that's where
nobody before actively did that. That he's actively harming you to cover up the truth. He's not creating a smokescreen. He's not lying to you. He's covering up the truth so that you don't know. And so people will die. People have already died. There are children in Africa.
And I agree with you, Edwin. That just making it purposely for like the Star Wars and the panel itself and how this political affect us. It's just, this is basically the Emperor when he actually went against the Jedi and killed the Jedis and cover everything. How does Endor impact us in today's day is that it's putting us in a way to think about how the government is affecting you right now.
Yeah.
Is that what are you gonna do now? And are you gonna still sitting? Are you gonna still watch this unfold? Are you gonna still continue to let this happen? Or are you gonna stand up and fight? Are you gonna be a rebel? Are you gonna take up arms? Are you gonna let your voice heard? Or you're gonna be part of the same old bullshit that this guy's gonna trying to do for the first 4 years that he was, because we've had 4 years into what he did, and technically he did the worst. And then you have a whole basically community what should I call it, people saying, oh, he's the greatest and he's the sis. No, he is not. We know he's not. We know his own government is not. We know the people who backed us, the vice president, is not. So by relating this to Andor, it's like, are we willing to fight? Are we willing to get ahead? Are we willing to sacrifice for the greater good? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
In reality, I don't
Yeah.
disagree with you. I agree with
Yeah.
what you're saying. I'm very standpoint on that point. It's just that when we talk about Andor and how it's politically, how can we feel this into our political climate right now is, yeah, it's giving us hope. Andor
Yeah,
is
that's
putting in
ideal.
ourselves
Yeah.
to say, hey, you're not alone. You're also a rebel. You just have to stand up and fight.
Well, I've heard two things. I've heard that there are fans who are upset with Andor because it feels like it paints them in a negative light because they agree with some of the things. Yeah, they agree with some of the fascist things that are happening in reality, and so it feels like Andor is attacking them. And then I've heard other people say that Andor, the creators of Andor, didn't intend it to like say something, but like you said, Andor is about a revolution, and like it's which side you fall on. And what we're seeing is it's like the Emperor, like like you said, when he consolidated his power in Revenge of the Sith, and then when he eventually disbanded the Senate altogether. So I mean, I think that's what we're seeing happening, and like like you said, as a Star Wars fan, which side do you fall on? Because our entire lives we've grown up with the idea that the rebels were the good guys, and I think Andor shows you that more than anything else in Star Wars.
Yeah, like even the good guys have to do the bad things, and are they really good at the end of the day? Like Luthien.
Well,
Which
see,
I love, because there's no, and people say, oh, this is only a good side or a bad side. It's more like it's a neutral side, because even on the rebels you see extremists, and then we have that on if we left and right here in both parties. We got conservatives, we got Democrats or libertarians, saying the same, like, it's always it's what is in the middle. What can we agree on? Yeah, we can disagree, but it's for the greater good, not for us, for the generations that that coming, right? Because at the end of the day, it's like, if you always have these people that doesn't have the best interest in our government, and in the same way on Star Wars, they didn't have the best interest of anybody. It was just always the best interest of themselves. And that's still happening. But there's never a common ground. And seeing that from Andor and seeing how you have Saw Gerrera, he was like, no, there's no redemption. Even if you try to be good for them, you're never gonna be good on their eyes. So
Right.
how do you fight fire with fire? That's basically what Saw Gerrera standpoint and statement is. Like, the only way that you show them that they're wrong is by you being wrong yourself. And it's an interesting thing because when we see riots, one of the things that we also see riot, and it's like we don't need violence, but it always happens. Whether that is someone that is included in and is part of the actual protesting, or is someone that they inflicted from the other side to provoke, is still happening. And one of the things that you also see in the media is the media doesn't really portray what's the cause of it. It's just, oh, this is what's happening in regards to that. But in reality, it's like, no, let's focus on what really benefits the whole humanity as a whole, instead of just putting out. But media or news has never been about that. And what
Yeah.
shows Andor is that even if this is a fake world, that's happening. That's just happening right now. So it's
Well,
like, whether,
it
and
was
my point in is, it's like, whether you believe that or not is up to you, right? And it was about reflecting, regardless of what side you are. You need to reflect. See her. I'm showing you Dedra. She wanted to be successful on the best side, but no matter how hard she tried, her moments of success, although flimsy, did not amount to nothing in the end. So it's like, where she was able a little bit more compassionate, she probably would have been a better, um, had a better future, a better outcome on his life, where we can just assume that she was just given to Darth Vader, and Darth Vader kind of torture her and kill her, you know?
yeah.
Uh,
Right.
but that's the whole point of it. It's like, do you and I'm getting from the point that the conservatives, friends, and stuff like that, saying, oh, but they're attacking me. They're not really attacking you unless you're not ready to think about it, what they put out there. Like, if we're being objective, we got attacked. Like, I'm not conservative, and we got attacked too. It's like, you were saying a point, and you're doing it wrong too, because sometimes the cause can take up of your life. Either whether you're trying to build a family, or even if you got kids or stuff like that, and you invested too much in work that you can't see what's happening around you with your family and friends. That your loved one that were passing away, just like Andor. He wasn't even there for his mom technically to see her in her last days. He was just only he couldn't do it because he was he was
I know.
being stretched around the galaxy,
Yeah.
So
Well, that a
that's
lot
my
of that,
point with the whole thing.
a lot of what you're saying goes back to Luthion's speech. When he
Sacrifices.
says, it's all right. It's when he says, I had to adopt the techniques of my enemy, in order to win. And I don't think that they were at the point where they're at in the Star Wars universe yet, but we're getting really close. And I think that's when things are going to have to happen. And I think you will see people like Saul Guerrero rise up and do something because, you know, ICE is already marching in the street like stormtroopers. And they're already talk about like your government telling you bullshit. They're villainizing people men, women, and children who have no criminal histories whatsoever. They're vilifying them and making them a target and an enemy just so like they can unleash these ICE stormtroopers on the general public and have his own,
They're kidnapping people in the streets. It's just,
yeah,
even
that's
American
what I'm saying.
citizens.
And so eventually you're going to see some, will you see a Saw Gerrera? Will you see a Luthien? Will you see somebody who's going to take these things into their own hands and, use the tactics of their enemies I don't know. Will we have to see that to see a change, or will we, or will we just be part of a fascist imperialist government?
Yeah, it's sadly like the one thing that's kind of making an arrow is the Epstein files, but it's, there's more muddy waters, more like, are they really gonna do it?
No.
Yeah.
The crisis
They
about
were.
all of this is just that how it's set up just Andor
I'll be
for
right
us to
back. I gotta
think
use the
about
bathroom.
it.
Okay.
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 So how it set us all of it is happening just it's not even a year on this second term of this president, right?
No.
And how we have to think about if this is just the first year, how the next 3 years are gonna look like. That's one thing. Two is like you said, do we see anybody else in our government that can be a lieutenant? Like we can actually latch into it to help us fight this technically evil person, that a person that even lies to his constituents and the voters as to, oh yes, I'm religious. He's not religious. This guy
No.
don't even go into no church, don't even do anything like that. And then people still believe him, oh, because he's doing the God's work. What is God's work? We can't see that because if we are to believe that God is good all the time, you definitely are not good, you know? So how does he's using you to for us to achieve a better future? Because we can see it, of course, surely we're our finite eyesight, but at the same time, it's like this whole country was built up into a belief that as we all are outsiders and we can get together to build a great nation, and saying stuff like, "Oh, English is the language of this nation," or we have to go back to what it was. It's like, no, you're just going back to basically, money talking about evil times, basically.
Yeah.
This country wasn't born in the backs of white people. It was born in the backs of
Black and brown people.
immigrants and slavers, basically people that were slaves that were basically trying to do whatever they need to do to survive. Not
Even
even,
our founding fathers were
yeah,
slavers.
they were here. They were here just because they got kidnapped from their families back then, and they were put in this thing. Families that were just surviving because their other families were killed because they were Indians. They were savages. It is crazy to me how just how uh, how we can see that happening in just a few months of this presidency, and when we relate to that to Star Wars, it's just amazing to me. It's like you got hope with this, and that's how we should see it. There's still hope. There's still hope for us. There's still a golden out there, a golden field where we can see that even if it is not for us, for our families, for the next generation, so they can enjoy themselves.
Andor cracks the brains, man. It makes you think, and thank God, it makes you think.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's part of the thing. That's part of what makes it such an amazing show, but it's also part of the problem because some people don't want to think when they're watching TV.
Yeah.
Which is sad, to be honest. They just want to be entertained, and that's it. And I 100% believe that although shows are there to entertain you, some shows that they don't have no backbone, to be honest. They not all shows are like
Yeah.
that. And
Hello, Martin.
and one thing I really hate about our community as fans is just most people, they have they're too zealot about Star Wars, but they just, oh no, I just want to be entertained. Even if you go and read a comic of Star Wars, has never been about just being entertained. It's about what else you can think about, and this is what I 100% believe. And maybe I'm just reading into it too hard.
No,
Maybe
no,
George Lucas says, no, I just created this because I wanted money, which
no,
I
no, no.
do believe too. But um,
George Lucas was a rebel. He like his first film, the THX. That's dystopian future. Like if you pretty much like the idea of AI intermittent with human species. he's always had like a thing of like anti-government, even with the prequels.
Well,
Like
he's
just very-
anti-establishment actually, because
Yeah.
I mean, him and Spielberg may have created a blockbuster, but Lucas has always been an independent filmmaker. I mean,
Yes.
he might get a bunch of money, but he's always been an independent filmmaker. Like with Star Wars, he's one of the only directors that part of his contract was that you can have like he doesn't have there's no credits at the beginning of Star Wars movies.
Yes.
That's part of him fighting the system. He's like, no, 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 I'm not going to use that part to give credit to like the director or the actors or whatever. This is going to there's nothing that says starring Mark Hamill or this
This
and that.
story.
Yeah, until the end of the movie, because that's the way he wanted it. So he's always been kind of a rebel, even as he became the establishment.
Yeah, it's been in the original trilogy, kind of like a weird way of American history to look back at World War II. This is like the adventure side of it, but he had to kind of like oversee kind of like really dark elements of it.
Well, he watched all those Nazi propaganda.
Yeah.
All those German Nazi propaganda films as a student.
And the design of Darth Vader's helmet.
That was Japanese.
That as well. Like kind of like the very ultra conservative socialist look. So
yeah. Well, they were space Jedi, so Darth Vader was supposed to be essentially, space ninja, a space samurai, and Obi-Wan was supposed to be like his mentor. Japanese master. Mentor, yeah. His sensei. All right, you guys. I think I'm gonna let you go. I'm getting tired and winded. But this was a lot of fun, guys. I hope if we channel the energy of this into the panel, I think we're gonna have a really good panel.
Yeah, at least we got the parts down.
No.
Again, I do apologize to be here a little bit late. So
a little.
It's okay.
Well, what's like the number one thing you want to talk about with Andor, at least with the panel, Roberto? Because we've gotten like at least our like initial like this is number one thing I want to talk about with Andor.
I would say the number one thing I want to talk about Andor is basically how they impacted our lives as fans.
Yeah, okay.
That's a good standpoint because again,
that's a good one.
At least with like the conclusion of it.
That is a really good
one. Yeah. I mean, I can close it if you guys wanted to, but if not, then it's up to us. I do, and like I said, my whole standpoint is like it was a great ending. I can talk about definitely why did I got late to it. As a fan, I didn't want to be disappointed with the series. The Mandalorian set up our standards so high that anything that underneath that is just disappointing, and that's the real truth. And I can be objective as in seeing some of the stuff, but it's like if it doesn't really gets me to it and it's going away too much of what it's always it's all about, it makes no sense, in my opinion. Although we have great stuff still coming towards it, we need to understand as fans that Star Wars is not on the George Lucas anymore. George Lucas in itself, he was as a creator, he was a zealot. He wanted everything to fall under certain things, right? And when as we grew up, we have so many dark horse comics and so many other stuff in the expanded universe that we thought that it was great. That we had the establishment taking over and then saying no, none of that matters no more. It really puts a thing on our hearts to say, then now what? So for me, seeing such beautiful series like Ahsoka, Andor, The Mandalorian, even Obi-Wan in itself as a small series, it feels my heart feels appeased as to what they're doing. But seeing all the stuff like like the sixth series and all that stuff, or some of the other stuff that I don't really, when I looked at it, yeah, I don't know about this. I gotta think about it. It's like, although this is not for me, but I got kids coming out behind me. I got teens still growing up, seeing what they liked in life, and then if that works for them, and that actually puts them in the path of Star Wars, then why not? And that's where I'm at. It's like Andor. It's in itself. It's just it does brings you to reflect on life, not only as a fan, but as a person into what's happening in today's climate.
Very good.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Really good way to put it.
There you definitely got to mesh with it at least, Jamal.
Yeah, no, man. This is like a podcast episode.
For life.
It really is.
Preparing for the panel. Episode
behind the scenes.
0.5 behind the scenes.
It's not as convoluted as Shield Hero. Trust us.
Not as convoluted. Prepare to. Oh yeah.
I'm still waiting on our part of the episode that I recorded with you guys months ago. I'm still trying to.
I don't know. I gotta find that. I gotta find it. I don't know if I don't know.
I thought all of us had a great discussion, but I thought we had very,
I don't know if Jack. I don't know if you got that one too.
Even if you guys don't want to put it out there, let me see it.
No. We just gotta find the file. We just gotta find.
You mean the first panel? Oh.
No. He's talking about the Remember when we did our top 10 list of the year with him?
Oh,
and then him and Edwin did that like Star Wars discussion beforehand.
I'll look it up. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, because we had Alberto do his top 10 of the year, but him and Edwin did like a Star Wars discussion before then.
Oh look, I don't remember.
And you were going to break up the Star Wars discussion in the top 10, and we did our top 10 with him, but we didn't get the Star Wars.
Oh look, I have a file on it, I think, at least on my initial recording. I'll double check.
Yeah, because I think it was probably around the same time of the. I'll show you what the. We'll figure it out.
All right, guys, it was a lot of fun.
All right,
man.
I'm glad we see you all.
It was nice seeing you guys again.
Okay.
All right,
hopefully next time my camera will work.
Oh man, next time we'll be doing this in a week, man.
Yep.
You got free pass, my man.
Before the panel, are we gonna do this again any other day? So I kinda, or we just
well, next.
I don't know. We'll figure it out. If we feel like we need to, we'll put it in the Facebook.
Well, we can do it in person before the panel.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We could do it. Hey, look, man, we could have a pre-panel meal and do it. We could have a post-panel celebration. I don't care. I got this weekend. I got it blocked off.
To be determined what time I'll be there for sure.
Me too. Although I'm gonna join you guys only for 2 days, because it's my birthday weekend. I'm basically off since Thursday, so let me guys know.
Nice.
That's awesome.
All
right.
All right, guys.
Take care, you guys.
All right. Have a good night, okay?
Good night.
Bye-bye.